Very limited, they will sell out. Go to GetTrumpWatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember, GetTrumpWatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a valuable piece of history. Go now to GetTrumpWatches.com and get your watch today. See GetTrumpWatches.com for details. Celebrate President Trump's return with these limited edition beautiful new Trump watches. Hurry, go now to GetTrumpWatches.com.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Get involved at the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL, where Jake Reynolds was waiting for us this morning.
Well, that's nice. Hello, Jake. How are you?
He says, morning, boys. Thank you for all the hard work behind and in front of the camera to help make work days better. I appreciate all of you. Keep up the great work. Love you, boys. How about that?
It's just a nice little Monday morning sentiment.
Oh,
puts a smile on all of our faces.
Yeah. Jackson has breaking news, though. This is the lead.
He got married, engaged at the Blues game.
That's what I think might be live. I know he's 0-1 on the year at Blues games, assuming that was the first game you went to.
It was.
And possibly the last.
I wouldn't rule that. I wouldn't.
Well, I don't think
that.
you're invited back after the result.
Yeah.
They'll bar me from entry.
You're like the Vinnies in New York. You're not allowed back.
Oh, yeah, the boys of the Yankee Stadium down the right field line. Jackson, what would you like to share with this audience at 7:01 St. Louis time on January 13th, 2025?
New clock.
New clock.
New clock.
New clock.
Now, what does that mean to the people who don't understand that?
The lexicon of this industry.
Yeah, sure. We used to do 4 segments every hour. Mm-hmm. We will now do 3 segments every hour, which elongates some of these segments. Lets us get a little bit more into the greasy areas, as Doug always calls it.
You like that? You like
it allows us to play more of a 200-foot game.
All right.
And so this is the first day. This is the first day of it. Now, with that said...
Uh-oh. That sounds like a disclaimer's on its way down Broadway.
It is.
What does it mean?
We're kind of learning as we go with the
When
new
you
clock
say
thing.
we...
Me, I'm kind of learning as I go.
Will there be hiccups?
I can imagine a hiccup, maybe even 2 hiccups, stutter step. I could see that happening, but we won't fall flat on our face, and if we do, we'll get right back up.
All right, I'm going to keep track of the hiccups.
What's the over-under on
I'm going to go
hiccup?
3.5. No offense, because that gives you 1 an hour.
That's fine. Yeah, 3.5. I like that.
You like
And
that
the
number?
hiccups would be what, the wrong commercial played? Or
No, that wouldn't be the problem.
not back on time?
Someone saying, Jackson, should we break? And me saying, I don't know.
Oh, no.
But we'll figure it out.
Maybe you'll punch up WIL instead coming out of a break? No?
I don't know if that's possible, but if it was,
be kinda fun.
I'd figure out a way.
If it was possible, I'd figure out a way.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of Jake Reynolds' simpy texts every day. Stop it! It's from Eric in the Central West End, and he is not happy with the well wishes of Jake Reynolds in the YouTube chat.
Why would that bother a fellow? It was just a short, nice little greeting.
Yeah, a little pat on the rump on a Monday morning.
And it bothers him.
You can call in and express your frustration with whatever it is that you'd like to express your frustration with. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, 314-399-9646. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle says, I was hoping the breaking news was Jackson finally got his nipples pierced.
No.
Is that something that you'd been considering? I didn't even know that was possibly on the dossier.
Generally, tattoos and piercings for me, I just don't think are my brand. You know,
Part of the alliance. Right here, buddy.
yeah,
right
like
back at
a
you.
nipple, and also a nipple ring on like me. Like, what's the benefit of that? Like, it kind of peeks through my shirt, and people are like, "Does Jackson have his nipples pierced?" And it's like just another little secret, little artist twist to my whole thing.
Do you have a thing going? You
I
got
don't
a
know,
whole
but if I had a nipple ring, I guess I'd have a thing.
got a
going.
whole thing going.
Kurt, you don't have a nipple ring, do you?
Not anymore.
Oh, you did. For a
Oh, you
while.
did have one, did you really?
The hole's closed up.
Oh.
I can't tell if you're bluffing right now. I'm going to call and see what you do on the turn.
Yeah. I mean, it's been probably a decade, but there's been holes in these nips.
I'm going to fold. I think he had
Gosh.
nipple rings. I'm going to fold. I lay it down. Were you good?
I'm sorry.
Were you good?
Was I good?
Yeah. Did you have me? Did you have nipple rings?
Yeah. I had
It was a good fold. Yeah, he was confident.
Kind of unfair because I can't see him.
Yeah,
I
you gotta
need
get the physical
I need a rear view mirror
You gotta
from
get
where
the
I'm
physical
sitting to
towel.
see KG.
Tried to
Eric
pierce my nipple with a fish hook.
Eric needs to work on himself. That's from John Scores, who won the November Milagro
I don't know
Tequila
the months,
Yeah.
Tim.
Listener of the Month. That's correct.
Affirmative.
Okay, there you go. Jackson, tell the audience what's on our dossier. Chris Kerber is going to be with us at 10:15. Usually, 101 ESPN has a deal with the Blues in which there are these 8:15 interviews. But today, Chris Kerber has something he is tending to, and so he is going to be at 10:15 today, Doug. 10:15.
I can make that work.
Okay. The Colonel is going to be with us at 9 o'clock. And I'm telling you, you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, and we've got a prize. We got a prize.
What have we
Jackie
got?
Papers, why don't you tell the audience what the prize is?
Oh, we're going tickets to Winter Warm Up. That'll be the prize for today's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. So if you've never emailed in before, now's a perfect opportunity to get involved and sign up for the email today.
Yeah, tickets to the Winter Warm-Up.
Sweet, sweet action.
That's right.
Is that this coming weekend?
January 18th to the 20th at Busch Stadium in Ballpark Village. 3-day admission tickets are on sale now and give fans access to club tours, special presentations, autograph station, activities for kids, and more. Find all the details for this year's Cardinals Care Winter Warm-Up at cardinals.com/WWU or 101ESPN.com.
There you go. And that is the prize for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. If you want to take the family to the winter warm-up, people are off a week from today. Winter warm-up will be going on over the weekend and next Monday. Win your tickets by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton on Sunday, January 26th. Hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment on site. The bash will kick off with a live 2-hour pregame broadcast, and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC championship are crowned. Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton on January 26th. Get more details now at 101ESPN.com. And think about that, Doug.
Okay, I will.
All right,
I will.
fair enough.
I'd like to
Jackson?
tell you, Tim, the TMA Army, are they a bit of an army out there? The listening army, they're everywhere. Friday night's event, I told you guys I was hosting, and Tim did say, boy, you got a lot of events.
You do.
Friday afternoon, snow day for the kids. My wife said, boy, you got a lot of events.
Yeah, Kim and I are on the same page.
It was an alliance, a surprise alliance.
Yeah, it is a surprise alliance.
But it was a great event. It was a fundraiser for Lafayette Baseball. Luke Voigt and Matt Adams were the guests, and Luke Voigt pointed out he doesn't get called up if Matt Adams doesn't get hurt. Both couple of bigger guys who had a nice run. And it was a great event, and it was, it was over by 8:30. It was just a fireside chat with a lot of boosters of Lafayette. But in the little pregame before it started, it was out of Persimmon Woods. The GM out there, Ben Kent, is a Lafayette guy, and so they put this thing together. And people came up and said, wow, I can't believe you're missing the St. Gabe's game for this. So a lot of chatter about the 8th grade basketball game.
Well, they could have used you as St. Gabriel wins 39-21.
Oh, no, we've got a score on this.
Yeah, Cal Kennedy was all over it on Friday night for
I wasn't there. So
You think if you were there, St. Clement beat St. Gabriel?
No, I can't say that. To be honest, I can't say that.
St. Gabriel, I mean, you deal with it and you know what you're going to deal with.
Well, yeah, especially if you play there, you know you're going to lose.
It's a serious
This is 8th grade boys?
8th grade boys
and they only
basketball.
scored 29 points?
21. We had a tough
points?
night from the Easy, Doug. These are kids we're talking
21
about.
points? Come on! Put the ball in the hoop! Take your shot!
But I did notice
Triple threat position!
the
yell that a lot?
6'7" kid from St. Gabe's. I heard he lives in Lithuania, but they fly him in for the games. So there might be
They
something
had a
where
ringer. They had a 6'7" ringer.
he might have been 6'9". I don't know.
Oh,
He looks 14, Timmy. Don't worry about it.
Whatever you got to do to win at St. Gabriel.
But shout out to the loyal listeners. A lot of TMA people at this event. And as we're talking baseball, great stories, both Matt Adams and Luke Voigt. I mean, you forget about Luke Voigt playing in New York.
Yeah.
Led the majors.
He was a supernova, wasn't he?
Led the majors in home runs during the COVID year.
right.
Playing for the New York Yankees. He's in the Soto trade. There's a lot of different things. Grandma, remember, was given money for every home run. And he even says, God, Frank did that story like 1,000 times because my grandma was going broke trying to live up to the hype. But great event. I did notice over by the bar area, the Ohio State game is on. So I was like, keep everybody's attention. We'll keep Don't worry, folks. We'll be done in time for you to look at your pick six. You'll be fine. So great event. Those guys are both a lot of fun.
God bless. Martin Kilcoyne at was it Persimmon Woods?
Yep.
what's Matt Adams doing these days?
He is retired, lives in St. Louis, and I don't know what he does on a regular basis. Luke Voigt said he'd still like to play, and both of them had stories they played in Mexico. When you're guys like that trying to, and they both made a decent amount of money, but you just about go everywhere every offseason. And they said now it's just the game has changed. They talked a lot about analytics and how it is changed tremendously. And it's funny because the game is what? Players, coaches, but it seems like the players largely don't really enjoy the analytics when you talk to all of them. Not to every degree, but the fact that it's just taken over everything that's discussed about the game and how they approach it, it seems like players are largely frustrated by it. Yeah. And so are a lot of fans. So who's in charge? You know, it's a weird deal. But Luke would like to get on the shot. He was hoping to get into a camp this spring. He's only about 32, 33, but great event, and thanks to the TMA Army for reminding me that I was being a bad dad and not coaching that night.
Especially when you're going up against St. Gabriel.
You turn your back on your club.
Well, it looked like I was ducking Gabe's.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think people were probably wondering. Doug, here's the deal. Jackson, do I have something business to tend to?
Doug was going to tell us about the 7 o'clock hour sponsor.
Oh, okay. That's Munganess.
that'd
St.
be
Louis
Munganess,
Acura,
of
Munganess,
That's
Burkett,
not a
Toyota.
hiccup, by the way.
No. Need a car guy? We've got one for you. That's the Munganess, folks. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. They have a fantastic selection of both new and used cars at both dealerships. You can go online and check them out at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Also, these guys are fantastic at service and maintenance of your vehicle. Even if you didn't get your car from them, they are very happy and would love to have a chance to service your car. You can call Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, or Ryan Seiberg in the service department, and they've given us a special number straight to these muckety mucks, and the number is as follows: 314-252-0029. I've been going there for about 7 years now, I guess. Just a fantastic place. You're not going to ever want to take your car anywhere else once you deal with Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Whether you get your car there or not, great place to have it serviced. Again, the website, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. All right, Martin, new clock. So here's the deal. We break at 7:11, and then we don't break again until 7:34. Is that correct, Jackson?
Yes.
All right, here you go, Doug. New clock. It's TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 130 friends already have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL. Join in the conversation on the YouTube channel, TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is locally owned and locally operated and has been now for 30 years. And all Michael cares about is making sure his customers get the absolute best product and absolute best service possible. And so he takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making great living, because then the customers are going to be happy with the product and the service. So Michael is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard in compensation. That's $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in the flooring industry. If you are interested in joining Michael's team, go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. They have 3 locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring, online at igotfloored.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Billy Gilman. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. Doug, it's a new clock Monday.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's very, very exciting.
So here is the clock. Jackson's keeping us in line today, and it's a wonderful thing to watch.
All right.
The breaks are at 11 after.
Okay.
34 after.
34 after the hour.
And 48 after.
48 after.
So there you go. And then there isn't a break at the top of the hour. So we just go all the way until. So I'm going to try and stay on this thing, but we're not breaking now for 15 minutes. So there it is. All right. This, to me, is the lead. Now, maybe people would disagree with me. Doug, what would you say is the lead?
Oh, probably the NFL playoff games.
Okay, so that's why I still feel good about. What do you think is the lead?
I would have said NFL playoffs.
Okay, so I feel good about this being the lead. Doing a program locally in St. Louis. I think John Mozeliak and the Nolan Arenado in his comments with Mike Claiborne and Matt Pauley of KMOX are the lead. And I got a chance to listen to the interview they did with John Mozeliak this morning, sent the audio over to Jackson. Jackson used the shears and pulled it. And John Mozeliak is now saying that he may have misspoke when he was talking about trading Nolan Arenado. And now, knowing what he knows, he wishes he might not have said what he said. Take a listen.
Like anything in this business, everything's sort of a timestamp in life, right? And at the time when we were talking about that, I thought pretty confidently that we had a deal in place and we were likely going to move him. Here we are, a month later, and obviously that didn't happen. And so, maybe had I known what I know today, I might not have spoken as I spoke that night. But what I said is what I said, and so you have to live with that. But lesson learned, lots of moving parts in this business, and nothing's ever for sure until it's for sure.
All right, so there you go. Chairman Kurt just fist bumped.
If you don't feel good about after hearing that, I mean...
Feel good? Why would you feel good about that?
I mean, we kind of thought they were sitting it out, and I think you hear that, and you kind of think they're back in.
We're not sitting out the
season? If you listen to the entirety of the interview, you would absolutely not think that. I mean, wow. It is, it's something else. Now, I have to say this. I do appreciate what I think is honesty there. It's self-awareness and some regret. And when he said that, correct me if I'm wrong here, Martin, he said it at the winter meetings, talking about...
Our intention is to try and trade him.
And so what I think he's saying there is that they thought they had the deal with the Astros in place, even though it hadn't been announced at that point. And I think it was some time later that Arenado decided to reject it. But that is why he said what he said, not realizing that Arenado was going to reject it. And now... in that conversation, and again, that was with Mike Claiborne and Matt Pauley on KMOX, it sounds like I don't think he is by any means resigned to Arenado's going to be on the Cardinals this year, but he is opening himself up to the possibility of it being there, and it still remains the domino for the Cardinal offseason, which to date has been... I would imagine. I mean, I don't know how it can get any less active. So it has to be the least active of John Mozeliak's tenure, and therefore I would say also Bill DeWitt's tenure as owner of the Cardinals.
Whenever the injured player comes back, they say it's like adding a new player. Maybe now Arenado is that new addition, guys. He was kind of going to be gone, and now he's back.
Nice little pickup.
Yeah, how about that? You got a 10-time Gold Glove winner, Doug, over at third. You said they didn't do anything.
Right. Mozeliak must have been real sure that this deal with Houston was going to go through, and he's probably as surprised as anybody that it didn't, to have come out and said that he thought that they had a deal. And he makes himself available to the media so often that sooner or later, if he's honest, I guess he might say something that he would regret, and I think this is one of those cases. I don't really have much of a problem with him backtracking on that, because I think for sure he thought they had a deal and was just trying to be honest during the interview, and then the deal fell through, and now he doesn't have a deal.
I would love to know what the agent told the Cardinals about Houston. Like, did they have sort of a handshake agreement between player and team? Hey, we got a place for you. They're willing to meet our demands. You good with that? Like, was there, and I don't know, but was there sort of a handshake agreement he'd go to Houston? Because he did say we felt pretty confident. And that was sort of my read going into this offseason, that they felt pretty good. They were going to move him and that they had a trade partner in mind. So how it got sideways, I don't know. Arenado may have just been a little fickle and said, I don't know. I mean, let's just see if there's something better.
Yeah, I bet
they haven't
that's
said
what
anything
happened.
terrible about him. So it's extremely awkward. It's embarrassing. But they haven't nuked each other. But it's still going to be pretty weird when Nolan and Mo sit down at the picnic table. It's going to be a little...
You think they're going to be sitting at the picnic table?
Yeah, I think that's the best place to clear the air.
Maybe make a deal.
Summit?
Make some sort of deal.
If they can't get rid of Arenado, how do they shed that payroll? That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Well, they probably won't. They probably won't be able to.
I'm going to disagree. They will. They're moving payroll. They're moving payroll.
Well, if you're trying to move payroll and no one wants your payroll, what do you do then?
You move other players.
But do they have anyone else that they can move to come close to removing Arenado's salary?
I just think that there's going to be, whether it be Matz, Fetty.
Would you trade Helsley now more likely because just even saving $8 million makes a difference?
I just sense that there is such an edict from ownership on slashing payroll that they will do it. And however, and by the way, in listening to the entirety of that interview with John Mozeliak, I still am confident that they're planning on trading him. The thing that I think has thrown things off, in addition to the obvious, which is Arenado rejecting the trade to Houston, is that we are sitting here on January 13th and Bregman still hasn't signed. I mean, as weird as it is, a player that the Cardinals have no involvement with is actually the domino for their offseason, because before Bregman moves, Arenado isn't going to move, and therefore the Cardinals aren't going to make moves, and so Bregman has to move before Arenado's going to move, if you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, it leads you to believe there's only maybe 2 or 3 teams in the running for either. As if there were 10 or 12, you'd think they could probably find a trading partner for Arenado. But if it's only 1 or 2 teams deciding on Bregman or Arenado, then it might make some more sense.
But Mozeliak publicly saying it's our intention to try, and while people like me make fun of just wording, was there really anything wrong? All the teams in baseball knew it. Mm-hmm. It didn't. I mean, I think the word on the street, as Mike Shannon loved to say, was pretty clear he was available. So I don't know that it changed the marketplace. I don't think. It maybe opened the dialogue for more people to talk about it. It's kind of embarrassing now the way it's played out. But I don't. Do you think, Tim, it affected their leverage? Don't you think everybody in baseball knew he was available?
Yeah, I don't think that mattered.
So what's the big regret even saying it? What?
Because
just hasn't been able to get it done.
It's another cluster F with the Cardinal PR with the fan base. I think that's
so. Just more the embarrassment.
Yeah, I think that's
not that he strategically made a mistake. Right. Just in terms of image or messaging.
Right. I don't think it impacted leverage in the situation. Right. I don't think the Cardinals have much leverage. I mean, the player with the no trade clause has all the leverage.
And that's what I'm saying. He's not feeling bad. Oh, no, I mucked up a deal by talking about it. I probably shouldn't have shared it with everybody at home, even though everybody in baseball knew this is what's going down. They've had this issue where they should say something and they don't. And then they don't say something when you want them to. It does seem like they've gotten burned in this regard before.
But teams will rarely say publicly that they're trying to trade somebody who's on their roster currently. They almost never do that.
Really? I'm trying to think how...
I can remember. I don't remember ever saying we're trying to trade somebody.
How did the Tarasenko... I think Army was asked about it. I don't think they ever said a whole lot, but it was well known that the two sides were not on the same page. The Torrey Krug thing came out before the team ever later commented on it. My question would be, and I think you're right, they're going to find a way to get something. I think you almost have to. If they didn't, is there a comp? Is it Tarasenko where they were kind of mad at each other because of the whole medical stuff that was reported by JR? Torrey Krug, I don't think anybody was mad at each other. It just didn't work out. It's still a little bit awkward. I don't know how that would look if he were still here, because I know he wouldn't be happy.
Yes, I agree with you.
And that's why I think he's opened it up. What did we hear at the end of the week? The Tigers, well, maybe. The Mariners, his agent clearly is putting some of this out there.
But then taking it back to the Cardinals, which is what the vast majority of the listenership of this cares about, is they are not going to really relieve themselves of all that much payroll, because whoever's going to take them on is going to go, oh my God, we got a desperate team here. Why would we pick up payroll? You were wanting to unload him. He's super unhappy. The Cardinals are in a brutal brutal spot. And the longer it drags out, the less leverage they have. But they already had very little leverage as it was. You're welcome to give your thoughts. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. This is like watching the Titanic sink in slow motion. I love the Cardinals, but absolutely hate the smugness of the front office. This is very entertaining to me. From the total package, this season might actually kill downtown St. Louis. No one will be there now. That's from the total package. Doug, will this kill downtown St. Louis?
Well, a really bad Cardinal season, another one, 3 in a row, certainly won't help. We've already seen a number of restaurants shut down, hotels empty, and a lot of that's related to the Cardinals. Sure, so it has a big impact. Whether it actually kills it, whether they lock up all the doors and windows, I don't think so. But it won't help. It will not help.
Feels like a week one local news piece, Doug. Nice vehicle for a freelance reporter down on the street saying local businesses are not happy with the Cardinals' approach to this season.
We have gone from the Great Depression era of St. Louis sports to the Dark Ages. Brutal. And I'm losing interest in St. Louis sports in general. That's from the hunchback of Vaughn Castle, Doug. He's not in a good headspace. Maybe Pestis from Festus will lift his spirits. He's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Pestis from Festus.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Oh, just fine.
Well, we're wonderful. Some of the listeners, though, are rather depressed about the state of our St. Louis sports union. Maybe you can lift people's spirits, Pestis.
Yeah, I got a 100% proof, a guaranteed proof on how to get rid of payroll.
How's that?
Get rid of Mo.
Oh.
Here you go, Doug.
Well.
So you save his
Get rid of
salary.
Mo.
Well, then what about the players who are making so much money? How do you shave that?
Well, the players are going to make money no matter what because of stupid people putting them in those stupid contracts. So, therefore, the players are going to make their money. They want it. They're going to get it. But other than that, get rid of Mo.
Okay. Well, but
Now,
But he is leaving. This is it. This is the farewell. And I'm sure he's thinking, wow, this is really my fun. It was already going to be a rough ride. And we haven't even got to February yet, and we've got this playing out publicly.
yeah, I'd give him a rough ride. Give me a boat over to let him bend over, and then let me take the boat over to his butt.
okay, come on now, no violence.
Wow.
That's not violence. That's payback.
That's
I don't really understand your question.
Kind of hot.
All right, here's what I called in for
Have
this
you
morning.
used? Hold on, I'm sorry. Have you used a boat oar before to discipline anyone?
And we don't cake shame, just for the record.
No, I ain't ever used a boat oar, but I guarantee you'll need it for his wide butt.
Oh,
Wow, Doug.
goodness sakes. Well, that still doesn't solve the problem of reducing player payroll.
Well,
but it feels good,
we may
Doug.
just have to hang on to it and bite our tongue and do what we can, but I don't think the Cardinals are going to have a bad year this year. I truly don't.
Really?
Whoa.
What are you thinking, Pestis from Festus?
They're going to let the young ones play.
Right.
And when
So
they
are you
let 'em
thinking like
play-
87, 88 wins, something like that?
No, I'm thinking 92, 93.
92,
Oh, wow.
93, Doug.
Really? Wow. This is more surprising than you dropping an A-bomb the other day. I didn't see this coming.
Yep. Well, that's my belief. Now, here's the question I actually called in for, and this is for Jackson.
Hello.
Jackson,
Yeah,
did you get the jersey?
I did not.
What in the world?
no.
You were
You did not?
specifically instructed to get a Blues sweater for both yourself and the love of your life as you went to the Blues and Blue Jackets on Saturday night. Pestis from Festus told you what to do, and you rejected his instruction. Why?
That's because we lost.
Yep.
They didn't have the jersey I wanted.
What do you mean they didn't have the jersey you wanted? What one did you want?
Yeah.
I like the navy blue one from about 12 years ago that they discontinued probably about 8 years ago. And so as
Well,
my
that's
protest.
when you were in the teenage years, right?
Yeah. I was, yeah.
Okay. Now, here's my other questions for you. Since you didn't get the jersey,
Forrest Gump right there at the end. Doug, you catch it?
I did.
I was running.
Jackson, do you have a pen and paper available?
Yeah, I'm locked in.
Okay. I'm going to give you some hints.
Okay.
This is what you got to do. Since you blew the Jersey deal,
Right.
we're not going to blow the Valentine's Day deal.
All right. Heard that.
You got to go to chocolate
Hybrid.
and get your
Put this on the
girlfriend
log.
a dozen chocolate-covered strawberries.
All right.
Nice.
All right. All right.
Then you go to the closest flower shop.
Schnooks.
Are you two living together or just single residents or what?
No living in sin.
When did this guy turn into Maury Povich?
No. This is important.
Yeah.
Have you told her you love her?
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, breaking
Now
news.
you can get
That
her.
was the lead.
We'll get back to Arenado.
Now you can get her a dozen red carnations
All right.
on Valentine's Day.
Okay.
Now here's my 4 things that you must do for the rest of your life.
It's turned into a Biff
Spend
call.
with her. First off, you must listen to her every day. Don't just hear her, listen to her.
Can you hear me good?
Then you must compliment her every day.
It's like John Dutt sitting around the campfire with Casey.
And then you must let her know that you feel she is very intelligent and a very wise person.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
And the other thing, and this is most important,
Number
well, the
7.
last 2 things. The most important thing is you tell her you love her at least twice a day.
Yeah. Heard that.
And then before you go to bed at night, you make sure that you two are not arguing or have no bad moments before you say goodnight and go to sleep.
Don't go to bed angry is what you're saying.
How about that?
That's good
That
counsel.
is correct.
All that was good counsel.
With those things right there, if you are very serious with this woman, I think both of you could have a very good life.
Wow, that's great counsel. Pestis from Festus, thank you so much. Pestis from Festus instructing Jackson, Doug, on how to have a happy life, even though he's incredibly disappointed in him for not getting the Blues sweater. And then, of course, the Blues losing 2-1 to a red-hot CBJ. Your thoughts are welcome. Email them in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Giving away winter warm-up passes for this coming weekend. Design Air, Doug.
Well, these are the people that you call if you got a problem with your furnace. And boy, it's going to be cold here the next few days. So you do not want to tinker around with that. You need your house warm and toasty. And if you should encounter any problems, you know who to call. That would be Design Air Heating and Cooling. Why would you call them? Oh, I don't know. They've been around since 1904. How's that for you? 4th generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldkamp and his family have served tens of thousands of customers since they've been around. They happen to be the longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. I've had Seth and some of his technicians out to my house. They just do great work. These guys have been around a while. They know exactly what they're doing. They don't fool around. They get in, they get out. They don't try to sell you something you don't need. They just want to make sure that you are happy and that your home is warm and toasty. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You're saying, gee, I wish I knew what the website was. Okay, I'll give it now. That's designairservice.com. For all of your furnace and air conditioning needs, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Again, the website, designairservice.com.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose on Saturday. Final score of 2-1 at the hands of the Blue Jackets. They are off tonight, taking on the Calgary Flames tomorrow. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Hit them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, fielding your calls at 314-974-0101. Jackson went to the Blues game on Saturday night. He did not get a Blues sweater. Pestis from Festus, mad at him, then told him how to love his lady and love her well. No. But Doug, Jackson is now 0-1 on the season as the Blues lose to CBJ. They get swept by the Blue Jackets and Jim Montgomery, none to please. Second time in 3 games where he laid it out on the line. Take a listen.
You look at the way we came out against Anaheim, there was a direct purpose to what we were doing. Tonight, there was not. It was a wait and see. And that urgency, us fearing losing, is something that's got to become part of our fiber if we're going to get to the consistent level we want to be at. Mentally, you have to fear losing. I know it sounds maybe stupid, but if you're afraid of losing, you watch a boxer go into the ring. And if he's loose, he's going to get knocked out. You know, you got to really fear and respect this league or it'll humble you. We get humbled a lot.
And that was the sound of a coach who realizes his team is not performing in a spot where they absolutely have to if they are going to make a run. They are missing opportunities. In the last 15 days, they have gotten swept by the Blue Jackets, losing both there and here. They have blown a 2-goal lead going into the third period, and 2 Sundays ago, lost to the last place Buffalo Sabres. So if you're going to have that and you're going to pick up 0 points in those 4 games and still try to get into the playoffs, you're going to have to go on a ridiculous run. And I think the thing that stands out is they played such a great game against the Ducks and then come out and have that kind of performance. They had 3 shots on 3 power plays. How about that?
Well, that's not exactly a recipe for a W, Tim.
Schooled you.
This team is still just 4 points out of the playoffs, but there's only one wild card team that's kind of within reach right now, and that would be Vancouver, because the other wild card team, Colorado's 9 points ahead of them. That's getting up there. So you could be fighting with 4 or 5 other teams for that last spot. That's what it looks like they're going to be doing. Still a long way to go, but they've got to get something figured out. They just don't play with much consistency at all.
I thought that friend of the show, Robert Thomas, some of his post-game comments, he sounded a little defeated and was kind of looking at the big picture and saying, if we don't, start putting up some points soon, we're basically going to run out of time. And they did it last year where he just left all those points. The Sharks were the most talked about, but games you could or should win, they're just not doing it. And I at some point, doesn't the team tell you who they are? Yes, they can get, Doug, they could get hot, right? They could get hot.
We can just get hot. We can win this baby. We can get hot starting tomorrow night with Calgary. We got the Flames here for 2.
Nice.
Okay.
We'll take their measure.
The playoffs started today. The Blues would play the Blackhawks, who knocked them out in the first round last season.
That's a nice little schedule reading from Chuck.
Still got Vegas looming here before that 4 Nations. If you're going to do it now, the Blues, it appears they're going to do it the hard way, because whenever they have an opponent that they could beat, I know the Blue Jackets are trending up.
Yeah, 9-2 in their last 11.
So you tip your cap to the Blue Jackets, but it's hard to understand when the coach talks about that urgency right out of the gate. Like, how does that manifest? You're coming off that exciting win against Anaheim. You're feeling good about yourselves. You're at home, and there's just no urgency early on. And he blamed himself, took some of the heat. But how does that play out in the room? There's, Maybe there was a new clock, Tim, on the Blues game.
There was a new clock.
A new clock.
I don't think they go out there and think, well, it's just not that important tonight. We're just not going to skate that hard. I think in hockey and maybe more than other sports, things just happen that you can't control. You get weird bounces of the puck, and it doesn't mean you're not trying, or there's not necessarily a lack of urgency. It's just crazy stuff happens that you can't control a lot of it. The puck bounces in, the puck bounces out. Ah, yes, the puck.
I was trying to.
How about that, Martin?
I was trying to bring it. Monty said,
What was
"Bring
your
it."
experience?
I said, "I brought it." That's what I did.
What were you doing? Power play dance?
When it finally happened, that didn't happen till late in the second period. And I'm just yelling at the guys, skate.
Oh, did you say that? Because they didn't know they should be
Like
skating.
the Rams rules.
Pinch.
That's
I
a
was
good
yelling
one.
pinch.
Did you?
No, I just washed casually and trying to, enjoy myself.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. I was tough
So it was just you and the love of your life, or were there other friends gathered?
No, just me and her.
Okay.
Hanging out.
It is a great atmosphere. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. And good seats. Enjoyed it.
You going to go to more Blues games now?
Yeah, when the opportunity arises.
Free tickets.
That was a good read, Mark.
That's exactly the opportunity we're talking about.
Yeah, well, Schenner almost had a sweet. He almost knocked it out of the air. What do they call that, Doug? When you knock the puck out of the air into the goal.
A goal?
Is there a special name for it?
No.
Yeah, he almost batted it in.
Okay.
I don't know. Where's that in relation to high sticking?
Well, the stick can't be above the goalpost, I believe.
Yeah, the bar.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Well, then when the Michigan goal where you flip it under your stick and twist it in, is that not high sticking?
Well, if you have it below the goal when you put it in, you're all right.
All right.
We suck at home because the Warmies music is trash, and they still do an Ameren power play dance, which is embarrassing. Also, Valentine's Day is butt plug season. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Is that true?
No, it's not true at all.
Which part?
The last part.
Squirting everywhere.
Who does Jackson think the better Blue Jackets prospect is, Voronkov or Marchenko?
Chenko. Let's go with him.
That's your nickname for him?
Yeah, Big Chenko. Yeah, he was bringing the heat.
I think one way you can tell how committed they are to a win is how many shots they're blocking, because that is no fun to do. And when they get in the playoffs, it's hard to even get a shot off because guys they'll put their face right in front of a slap shot to block it. But a lot of times they don't necessarily do that during the regular season. So if you see a team blocking all kinds of shots, I think that's a sign that they're here to play, gentlemen.
Well, they will have to over the next few nights, back-to-back against the Flames. And then it really is going to get intriguing here the rest of the month. There is going to be some tests, including a back-to-back, except it won't be back-to-back in St. Louis. It'll be one in St. Louis and one in Las Vegas, with Vegas Golden Knights, who are 8-3 in their last 11. So the Blues are running into some quality teams that are hot as well. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Brand new clock here on 101 ESPN. It's only for TMA, Doug. It's only for this program. So we will not be breaking at the top of the hour when we come back. EDF Group, sponsor of the Hot Take Mittens. Doug, would you mind slipping those on?
Sure,
for those
I'd love to.
225 people are watching on YouTube, so I guess you got to delight them.
Okay.
It's the EDF Group. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor, teammate? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot at your facilities, man. Hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, fielding your phone calls at 314-974-0101. You're welcome to get involved on the program by calling in, texting in, or the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And Doug, we're celebrating New Clock Monday here on the program.
It's an exciting time. Mm-hmm.
So the breaks now are at 11 after, 34 after, and 48 after. So now we don't break at the top of the hour, Doug, and we go all the way until 8:11.
Okay.
How about that?
All right, we'll deal with that. We'll be fine.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have your playoff matchup set for next weekend. Let's do it. Because the Kansas City Chiefs get the Houston Texans, Martin, that means the Kansas City Chiefs get the Saturday afternoon slot. The Texans create Saturday afternoon games.
I think it's a given. Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes feel like Saturday night or Sunday night primetime viewing.
Yep.
And then the league office is like, oh, Houston. Yeah, they're it's written down. They're the 3:30 Saturday game. This goes back to Bill O'Brien with Deshaun Watson 10 years ago. The Texans will always get the early Saturday game.
And so that's what the Chiefs will get. They get the 3:30 game against the Texans. Doug, you want to guess the spread on this?
Oh,
Chiefs
gosh.
at Arrowhead, Saturday, 3:30 kickoff as the Houston Texans come to town.
Chiefs by 7.5.
Wow, look at you. You're a sharp.
Is that
That's
what it is?
exactly what it is.
Is it really?
You want
I'll be
to
darned.
fire a bullet at the total?
Chiefs don't score that many points for a team that won 15 games. So I'll say it'll be about 50.5.
41.5.
Okay.
This is the nightcap. I'm looking forward to watching this one. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders heading to the top seed Lions. That's the 7 p.m. kickoff on Fox. 3:30 with the Chiefs and Texans is on ESPN with friend of the program Joe Buck on the call. And so the Lions will take on Jaden Daniels. Doug, I mean, you might as well call out the spread on this one.
Okay, doggone it. Lions by 4.5.
8.5.
8.5. Oh, okay.
Wow. That's good.
Okay, Frank. Stop it. I was guessing.
The 2 p.m. kickoff on Sundays on NBC and Peacock, and that will be the winner of tonight's game at Philadelphia, either the Rams or the Vikings. Jackson, I love the Vikings tonight, and I feel like that scares me, so it must mean the Rams are going to win, and I'm not saying that because of Rams and St. Louis history. It just strikes me as a game I would bet on. I like the Vikings so much.
Yeah, a little stinky. I think people, a little recency bias from last week. I think everyone's waiting for the Sam Darnold shoe to drop. Maybe it's not going to drop. You know, maybe he's just a good quarterback in a good system.
Don't get mad at us.
Yeah.
I can't pick Sam Darnold over Matthew Stafford in the playoff game now. Even though they moved the game, and I did see a lot of the coverage over the weekend. Adam Schefter tweeting out how polite the Arizona Cardinals were. They even sent their planes, Doug, to pick up the Rams.
Really?
I don't want to crowdsource, but wouldn't the Rams have their own plane to use? Now, maybe it was affected by the fires.
Kroenke needs it to throw people out of one of his estates.
It's being used currently. I just thought that was odd. Like, hey, Arizona's sending their planes to pick up the Rams.
Very odd.
That's super nice, super friendly, but wouldn't every team have their own plane?
Yeah.
I just think the Vikings are frauds, Tim. One of us is right, one of us is wrong.
Really? Boy, I'm on them. I'm buying in.
What kind of crowd do you think they'll have at that game? Can't be much. Can't be a lot of people in L.A. anxious to make a road trip to Phoenix right now. Can't be many people in Phoenix terribly interested in spending a lot of money to go watch two teams that aren't based there. It could be a largely empty stadium, don't you think?
I'd have to think tickets are really expensive, too.
Chairman Kurt is looking, I sense it right now. He's looking for the price.
ESPN.com says tickets as low as $131.
I do not trust that ESPN.com tickets.
I would say there's probably a lot lower.
That thing's warm garbage. That's a monster building. So the winner of that game goes to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles on Sunday afternoon. And then the game that is the game, which speaks to the NFL situation that, from a metropolitan area standpoint, two small markets in Baltimore and Buffalo host the premier game for the number one sports in the United States, and that is Baltimore and Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry heading to Buffalo to take on Josh Allen for the game. 5:30 kickoff on CBS. Doug, would you like to venture a guess on the spread on this one?
Where did you say it was again?
Buffalo.
It's at Buffalo. So I'll say Bills by 1.5.
Nice. Buffalo -1. And on this one, this is a high spread, 51.5 for the record. The total for the Lions and Commanders, 55.5. Chairman Kurt, what numbers do you have on the tickets tonight in Glendale should somebody want to fly out to Phoenix today and take in the festivities?
On one of the more popular secondary market websites, you could get in and sit in the 400s for 126.
Wow, so that ESPN thing was right, Martin.
Before fees, yeah.
How about that? That's
I think a lot of
surprising
LA
to me.
folks, the Rams fans, we make fun of the crowd that's often split. I think there's a base there, though, that probably get in the car and go. And then maybe if you're in Arizona, you just go because it's playoff football. Minnesota travel as well. I mean, how about Washington last night in Tampa? The crowd was really loud for the Commanders. I think the Vikings, Vikings will travel well. You'll see some of that.
I suppose it'd be a good weekend to get out of Minnesota. Anytime to go to Phoenix for a few days. That would be appealing to a lot of people.
And then on Monday night, Notre Dame and Ohio State. Does anybody know how inexpensive it is to get into that game in Atlanta a week from tonight?
Let's see what they got tickets.
3 or 4 digits, Tim.
I see tickets as low as 1,486.
I was speaking with a guy yesterday. Can't get anything lower than $2,000.
Oh.
$2,000 a ticket to sit up in the corner of the upper bowl
and
at
not see much.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Oh, my God.
So that 1,400 you might be seeing might be from like a StubHub pre-fees.
Could be.
This gentleman is a direct broker, so there wouldn't be fees. But either way, $2,000. And that was the number I was seeing looking around because I thought, you know what? I was talking to my brothers and sister. Maybe take my parents to the game. Yeah. So you got that.
Really love you, Dad, but not that much.
Timmy, I just want to watch. Why don't you kids come over to the house? We can watch it, but I don't want you to bring the kids because I don't want them to see how goofy I act during this crap.
Really?
I think I would rather watch the game hanging upside down like a bat from a cave than pay $2,000 US.
What if it was Missouri against Duke for the college basketball national championship?
Oh, in a football arena? Right? No shot.
Oh,
I wouldn't
wow.
do that either. No.
Wow.
No, I wouldn't do that. Like that number is crazy. And for like college basketball, no. And maybe I got to sit, on the hardwood floor seats.
And it's not just the 2,000. You haven't got there yet. You're going to fly. You're going to drive. You're going to park. You're going to buy something to eat. Yeah. Tack on another several hundred.
Have you ever watched a sporting event while hanging upside down like a chimpanzee?
That's not a bad question.
Have you ever done that?
Probably as a kid, I probably did some, some light hanging upside down. But
light hanging.
It's just a few moments.
Just sporting event?
Like not the entire game.
Yeah, I might not have fastened my legs to the ceiling, but probably.
Did you have a lot of gymnastics equipment in your home?
No. Beanbag. You kind of lie upside down.
Beanbag.
What's the price of what's the point of ever saying the ticket price before fees? That's not the price then.
Oh.
Doug, that's from former President William Howard Taft.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would answer that question by saying it's what we call in the industry a bait and switch.
Bait and swee.
It's bait and swee.
Mm-hmm.
You go to StubHub, you purchase the tickets, you go, $2,000. Wow, that's brutal. And then you're tacked on, I don't know if it is 15, 20%, something along those lines when you go on. So that's I share your opinion, William Howard Taft. However, it is a bait and Sweet. Jackson, how did we do in the pick six that included I guess we still have some, maybe did people pick tonight's game?
All 4 of us have tonight's game left. But as we currently stand, all of us are above 500.
Wow. A bunch of sharps in here, Doug.
I would think so.
Tim's 3-2 as we stand. He has the Vikings tonight.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Vikings.
Martin is 4-1. He has the Rammies tonight.
Nice, Martin.
Ooh, and the Rammies.
Dougie is 4-1. He has the Vikings tonight. And I am also 3-2 with the Vikings tonight.
Okay, there it is.
So I need
do we have the
Rammies.
standings?
Okay.
Overall?
Yeah.
The Those don't really matter. Focus on the current. Focus on the current standings.
That doesn't count as a hiccup.
No, because that happened Friday. We came to the realization that I had failed.
So that does not count as a hiccup. That Jackson does not have the standings.
Was it a Friday hiccup?
Yeah, that was.
So this is more of a carryover.
That's an overall hiccup. That's like career hiccup on my part because I failed to do that.
I'll tell you what I think a hiccup is what took place with Texas down at the Ohio State 1-yard line. Now I wanted to see Notre Dame play Ohio State, and I didn't have any financial investment, but just putting myself in a position of if that were, say, Notre Dame and I'm pulling for them because of my family, or if that were Missouri and I'm pulling for them because I went to school there and I'm passionate about it, and Missouri and Eli Drinkwitz or Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman would have done what Texas and Steve Sarkisian did on second down with that pitch play, I'd be losing my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, do you recall the play?
Run it up the gut. Run it up the gut. Hey, middle,
play
right
action or Arch Manning? I mean, what in the hell was that? Here is what Steve Sarkisian had to say following the game on a play that took Texas away from the 1-yard line and then really put them up against it, and they were not able to convert. And eventually, Quinn Ewers scoop and score by Jackie Sawyer, and that wrapped it up.
Mm-hmm. Really, the first two plays, we threw the ball into the end zone. We got back-to-back PIs, and when we got down to the one, we went to a heavy package, which is Jarek's package, and so we ran it, and we obviously didn't get much movement at all. And we had a plan to try to get the ball on the edge when we got down there. They went to big people. I can't quite tell. It was on the far side of where it got leaky. But that, it's one of those plays. If you block it all right, you get in the end zone, and we didn't, and we lose quite a bit of yardage. And at that point, you're kind of stuck behind the 8 ball because we knew we were in 4-down territory because of the score of the game. And I was okay even if we didn't score. Not that I didn't want to score, but thinking, all right, they're going to have to be backed up, and we'll probably get one more possession with good field position. The last thing you think is that the sack, and this is going to bounce right to the guy who's going to run for a touchdown. So it's unfortunate. That was the circumstances, because there's a really nice drive by the offense to get all the way down there, and first and goal on the 1, and we don't score. You quite frankly probably don't deserve to win that way.
There you go. That's the explanation. I thought it was brutal. I thought it was absolutely brutal. I thought it was a huge mistake in the moment. It's so high risk, and it killed them. It killed them. Mm-hmm. You look at the score and you go 28-14. Ohio State was in control of that game. You watch the game. Texas is a yard from making it 21-21. First and goal at the 1. What a miss. What a bad play call. Whew.
Yeah. I've always thought every team should have some 250-pounder they can put in just for that situation. Give them the damn ball and let them plow ahead.
That's kind of how they used Arch Manning earlier in the drive on short yard situations. Is he's big body, he's tall, get him in there.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's the last thing you do. Wow. I would be furious if I were a Texas fan. Ohio State opened up as a 9.5-point favorite over Notre Dame. The number has dropped to 8, and I don't know if it's going to continue to drop. Honestly, I'm surprised it's dropped that much, and I'm coming from the perspective of I want to see what I think would be a huge surprise, as most of you in the audience would think as well, if Notre Dame were to beat them, especially considering Notre Dame's injury situation, in addition to the fact that Ohio State just is on a tear right now. But that number has dropped 1.5. 8 is the current spread.
Does it take away your Notre Dame enthusiasm, excitement, or willingness to go to the game knowing Ohio State's a heavy favorite? Do you think most Notre Dame people are like, we don't care?
Don't care.
You're just in it, got a shot, just in it, who cares? Even though they're heavy underdogs. Mm-hmm. They all kind of know that going in.
I mean, if you're the college football playoff, I don't know if you could ask for anything more than to get the Final Four that they had almost optimal, and then Notre Dame against Ohio State. Holy crap. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than that.
I'm just wondering, Notre Dame fans like,
but I think that attracts it to it. It's an opportunity to see. You also haven't been in that position in a while, going back at 12, 13 years when they got stomped by Alabama. I could see it being on people's minds, but I think you still go down there and you kind of have a chance to shock the world.
I thought Ohio State would just roll all over Texas, and they didn't. Texas hung with Ohio State and was in a position to win the game late in the fourth quarter. And I don't see Texas as miles ahead of Notre Dame. So if Texas can play Ohio State that tough, I think Notre Dame can too. So I think they got a shot.
The reason why I was on Texas in the 6 or 6.5 points, whatever it was, is because of Texas's secondary. And what that did was, and to their credit, the game planning on the defensive side of the ball. Wow. I mean, the best player in college football, and I think the guy, you never know because health, but Jeremiah Smith is otherworldly, and he is a freshman. And Jeremiah Smith had the following line from the game. Did you know about that? I mean, this is insane. Considering what he did against Oregon, considering his size, considering his talent, Jeremiah Smith had one catch for a grand total of 3 yards.
Yep.
And that speaks to, number one, Texas's game planning, and number two, Texas's talent in the secondary. So Notre Dame, I gather, is going to attempt to try to follow suit there. You have to have the players to be able to do it. In addition to that, you also then have to be able to stop the run. And whereas Texas was outstanding stopping the run throughout the course of the season, they were able to keep that in check as well against Ohio State. So Texas's defense, I think, is what kept that in play for them. I mean, listen, I'll be pulling for Notre Dame left and right, but, I have an obligation to say what I think, and I think it's going to be awfully difficult. Also, I mean, their offensive line is decimated, so it's going to be incredibly difficult. 8 points is the number on Ohio State and Notre Dame. That one coming up a week from tonight. Mentality is a loyal sponsor of TMA. That is Mentality. If you're feeling sluggish on a Monday morning, it might just be a Monday morning. Or it could be a sign of low testosterone. If you're tired all the time, if you're putting on weight, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, or irritable, lack of focus, mental clarity, those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule, and Mentality has this for you. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car? Go to autoloanpro.com. You need help buying a car? Maybe you've had a hiccup yourself. We've got the hiccup meter going today with Jackson. I have them at 0 right now. But if you've had a hiccup, not sure what car you can get approved for, go to the autoloanpro.com website. Download the playbook there. What the playbook does is explains to you how credit works, how you can improve your credit. Maybe next time around you're buying an even bigger car. Auto Loan Pro is going to educate you on the process. You'll see our buddy Robert Thomas on the website. Scroll down from there, find that playbook, and download it. Understanding credit, something that's going to help you the rest of your life, in addition to getting that new car. They work with over 50 lenders, so they're going to work hard to get the best deal they can for you. It's the Auto Loan Pro. Turn to a pro for your next vehicle. Whatever your situation is, they will help you get into a car. It's part of the Lita family, and again, not just buying a car, understanding the entire credit process. Download the playbook. Go to the Auto Loan Pro, autoloanpro.com.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt was pulling audio during the commercial break, Doug, here as we enter into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Martin, what do we have here?
First, can I file a complaint? Are you taking complaints?
Yes,
I am, and Doug is, but Doug is not taking questions.
Okay, it's not a question, it's a complaint. We have 3 monitors going in here, and the third monitor is locked on 5 on your side. If we put up the old 2 Fox, you'd have some local news. Instead, we've had a 50-minute celebration of Craig getting a new job. We're marveling at this on the Today Show, but you should be watching the YouTube channel.
Jackson's changing the channel right
As
now.
we speak.
Thank you, buddy. Although I kind of want to see how long this Craig Melvin love has actually go back. It's unbelievable. He's the new anchor, but he was there already, and his mom's on, and his wife's on. The audio is Alex Cora. There's a Twitter handle Tim called Play Tessie.
Play Tessie. Oh, that's their celebration song up in...
little Dropkick Murphy.
Doug, watch this. Tessie is the Royal Rooters rallying cry. Tessie is the song they always sung. Remember that one?
No, but
they sang it when we were out at Fenway Park in the World Series.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, both nights they won those games. Alex Cora talking up Nolan Arenado?
I mean, I have great relationships with a lot of players, you know, and obviously there's the business side of it, the coaching side of it, and the personal side of it. So, you know, there's a lot of good players out there. He's one of them. Obviously, I cannot get into specifics, especially in that situation, because he belongs to another team. So I try to stay away from trouble. You know, I don't want Rob to give me a call tonight. You know, I'm comfortable with the bat, you know, and if we have to have conversations about positions, we have those conversations, you know. I know, you know, there's a lot of talk about third basemen or second basemen, whatever. If that happens, you know, I mean, if we get to that point, before we get to that point, we'll talk to Rafi. Let's put it that way, you know, and that's the way it is, you know, that's the way I operate, you know. I've seen situations around the league that, you know, they're very late on that front, you know, and the player, you know, they don't like it, you know, and they take it personal, and we understand that part, but I think we'll do it the right way. But right now, there's no conversations. We haven't talked to Rafi about, you know, moving positions, so, you know, Rafi Devers is our third baseman.
Talk about Rafael Devers moving if they were to sign Arenado. So now you have Alex Cora openly saying he loves Arenado, that there's maybe nothing there.
I took that as a nothing. I really did.
But don't you think he
was asked a question at their winter warm-up thing. The beginning to me was telling, can you replay like the first 10, 15 seconds? I don't want to replay the whole thing, but like the first 10, 15 seconds?
I mean, I have great relationships with a lot of players, you know, and obviously there's the business side of it, the coaching side of it, and the personal side of it. So, you know, there's a lot of good players out there. He's one of them. Obviously, I cannot get into specifics, especially in that situation, because he belongs to another team. So
that's enough, Jackson. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
my point is this Red Sox conversation, where is it coming from? Because the team doesn't seem to be in the market for
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying we had Trevor Story going on the record last week, how much
but
he
was
loves
asked about it.
Well, I know,
you
but
know what I mean?
Is it?
This isn't like a tweet where somebody does it on their own. These guys are getting asked about it.
Right, no, I understand that, but I'm saying what is driving this whole, is it has to be the agent just planting this, because we haven't heard, the initial story that we talked about had the caveat that said, but it's not clear if the Red Sox are interested. And now the players are asked about it, the managers asked about it, and they all seem to like Arenado, but it still has no value if the team is not interested, right? They're asking about moving Rafael Devers, but if the Red Sox aren't in the market, I just think it's interesting that this whole narrative sort of being pushed on the Red Sox organization, even if they're not interested. It just speaks to the weirdness of this Arenado offseason.
I'm looking at Arenado's contract right now. It looks like for this year, he's on the hook with the Cardinals for $21 million is what the Cardinals own, because the Rockies are still picking up part of it. And next year, $16 million. The year after that, $15 million. That's not an outrageous sum nowadays for certainly a multi-time All-Star near the end of his career. So even if the Cardinals had to keep him, you wouldn't think that would break the bank. 21 this year, 16 next, 15 the year after that. How else are you going to? Almost every decent position player makes somewhat close to that. Yeah. A position player who's been around a little bit.
Well, you have the financial side of it, And then you also have the opportunity cost associated with it from what they're portraying is that now occupying a position for take your pick of whomever, Gorman, Donovan, to get playing time on a regular basis at third base. And so if he's not part of the organization's long-term future and they want to get these guys games as they're framing it, personally, I don't really think that's what this is about. I think this is about a team in financial distress, now clouding it under the guise of we want youth, when keep in mind, this time last year, the message was we need veteran presence. It's amazing how this is just completely contradictory. But nonetheless, people will buy it, I guess. But I don't think many are buying it this year. And so from that standpoint, I think there's the financial reasoning in addition to they want to clear spots for guys to play. But I think when it's all said and done, it's more finance.
Yeah, I think the second part is how they're always going to portray it as you're not only costing the money, but think about the development you could have of some of the guys who, if you're trying to actually win in the future, you need to start developing right now.
Well, they're desperate for both Gorman and Walker to step up.
Yeah.
Desperate for that. And if it doesn't happen, they're screwed.
There's the new slogan.
They really are.
Not necessarily both, but if neither of them step up.
I mean, who are you counting on if not those two?
Pajes?
I guess you could.
Doug, you want some math? I'll give you some math. All right. Where do you think the Cardinal payroll ranks as far as drop-off from this time last year in 2024 to where it sits right now?
In terms of payrolls of other teams,
as
where they
the
rank?
amount that has dropped off.
How many dollars? You're asking me how many dollars have been cut off the payroll?
In comparison to other major league teams. The last place team is surprised. It's an odd question, so I don't want to because the team that's lost the most money as far as payroll, their payroll was $347 million and is down to $269, is the Mets. It's very counterintuitive considering their spending spree.
Is that a Scherzer getting some money off the books?
That's
thing?
correct. But next, which again, total outlier, and then the Braves have gone from 276 to 205. The Cardinals went from 207 to 146. 146 million is where the Cardinal payroll is. It's 61 million down.
And a big chunk of that was Goldschmidt leaving
last year.
If Arenado wanted to be proactive, should he take out a full-page ad and thank the Cardinals, Cardinal fans like Goldschmidt did, just in advance of being traded?
Do they even have full-page ads anymore?
Yeah, Goldschmidt did it last week, and I guess he did it again yesterday.
I think he did it again yesterday.
Yeah, he did a back-to-back, 2 for 1.
Do you think they got a BOGO?
Buy one, get one free?
Yeah, we can do it twice.
Sure, we'll put you in the Sunday paper, and we'll you in a week later. Double coverage.
I think the first time he realized people didn't get the physical newspaper, so he needed to run it back.
Probably.
Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And you're welcome to participate in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tiny Peepee's in there talking to Baldwin Beer Bitch. And isn't that fun? Because Baldwin Beer Bitch won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Was that August that she won it?
I don't know the months, Tim.
You can participate in the conversation in the YouTube chat where many friends gather every morning. Right now, 276 at youtube.com/TMASTL. Miss anything? Podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gossrow's company. And if your garage door spring broke over the weekend, you can go to schaeferdoor.com and work with Jason's team. They set aside time on Monday mornings for those garage doors that break over the weekend, and they have Monday morning standby service to do so. It's schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text the number they set up at 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. At Schaefer Door, they also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. That's Schaefer Doors, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Design Air is the sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45 on today's presentation, and we will be talking it over with Chris Kerber at 10:15. Normally he's on at this time on Mondays, but he had some personal business he needed to tend to, so he will be with us at 10:15. Design Air, email today, 10:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom leading by 2 goals over Buck Swope, Misty Plops, Doty's Takeaway, and the Degenerate from Jefferson County. Our prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We have passes to the winter warm-up is the prize.
Nice.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You can join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for the Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton on Sunday, January 26th. Hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment on site. The bash will kick off with a live 2-hour pregame broadcast, and the fun continues until the champions are crowned. Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton on January 26th. Get more details now at 101ESPN.com. One of the storylines of Notre Dame, Ohio State are the coaches. And by the coaches, I mean Ryan Day and Lou Holtz. You may remember this from last year when Ohio State went to South Bend and beat Notre Dame. Ryan Day was unhappy that Lou Holtz questioned the toughness of Ryan Day's team. Take a listen.
You know, like, I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world, and it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, I love those kids, and we got a tough team.
I almost went Howard Dean on us. Just forgot about that.
Yesterday, they did their first press conference, Marcus Freeman and Ryan Day. Separately, they're not in Atlanta yet, and Ryan Day was asked about how things stand with him and Lou Holtz after that.
Speaking of that, I'm just curious, have you and Lou Holtz ever talked since then? Have you either patching things up or comments between you?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mind that he asked him that.
I agree. I love the question.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like they're going to break bread.
Where is Lou these days? Lou's quite old at this point, isn't he?
He's hoping, I believe, to go to the championship game if his leg's feeling okay. I'm not sure what's wrong with his leg or anything in that matter.
I'm going to look up Lou Holtz's leg.
But often, every time Mizzou wins, I think, where the hell is Lou Holtz right now? I need to give him a piece of my mind.
He's 88 years old.
88. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like, if you're talking bulletin board material, Lou Holtz is pretty far down my list.
Oh, he was great. He was funny. They'd had him on the Tonight Show a few times just to tell stories. He was so funny.
Former Notre Dame head coach Lou Holtz has provided a positive update on his condition following a recent car accident and announced his 2025 college football playoff national championship plans. The Fighting Irish currently gearing up. I'm reading this as we go. Continued Notre Dame's great run. Okay. Oh, now I got to continue reading. Am I getting sucked in here?
Pop-up ads.
Looking to be part of the celebration should they win is Holtz, who was in charge when they won it back in '88. Recently involved in a car accident, appeared a real doubt for making the game. Now provided a major update on his health status. His intention is to be in attendance in Atlanta next Monday. I was in a car accident, hurt my leg quite extensively. He said on his YouTube channel. He and Chuck Marlowe both have YouTube channels. Wow. Ohio State should be a classic championship game. Remember, the championship game in Atlanta, I will be there, provided my leg heals.
It's like a friend's.
I know, it really is. I apologize. It sounds like he's trying to be there, but was in a car accident. I'm pretty sure this was AI generated. It just
Hey, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No way.
Ryan Day's a pigeon, a simp, and a loser. Even if they win, that means Michigan are national champions. Mm-hmm. Suck it, Day! That's from little Tommy Tribbins. He's just a 6-year-old boy who drives a trike around the parking lot, but he has passion for Michigan.
Quite upset.
I assume that's shtick, but that's always the lamest thing is when you beat a team and you claim national. Like when UCF claimed they were national champions. That's a big loser mentality.
You're going after the Go Blue today.
Yeah, Heupel, really.
Hey, guys, is Arenado on the winter warm-up schedule? No, he is not. Now, Sonny Gray has been put on there. Doug, $50 if you'd like his autograph on Saturday from 1 to 3. Ryan Helsley's on there Saturday 3 to 5. Nolan Arenado is not
coming.
I don't know if he's ever appeared at the warm-up. That would be a good... Is that a Kurt KG deep dive? I'm not sure Arenado's been to a warm-up.
Really? I feel like you would know because for television responsibilities, God, that surprises me.
Even the first year he was here, he didn't make it?
Maybe that first year.
Yeah. So that would have been the 22.
I'm not crowdsourcing. I'm sort of Kurt sourcing. I'm hoping he can figure this out. Or I could just text friend of the show, Brian Barnum.
He was trained November 21? November...
No, it was in spring training of 21.
Okay, gotcha.
He was on the team in 21.
Yeah.
Probably didn't... Did they have a warm-up that year? I'm going to try and... I'll just text Cardinal folk.
Hey, Burkett, I'll show you shtick. Why didn't you shtick that power play dance right up your rear?
Oh, come on.
I was looking to
it's
him.
from little Tommy Tribbins.
I was waiting. I was like, draw a penalty. That's what I was yelling on the ice. Draw a penalty.
That's catchy.
Looks like Arenado was at the winter warm-up January of 2023.
Oh, he made okay.
So not on the schedule this year. Will he be on the Cardinal team when the winter warm-up concludes?
Wouldn't you feel bad? Maybe not Arenado, but if you're one of the other Cardinal players trying to make it, think you got a spot on the team, and they say, don't bother to show up at the winter warm-up. Wouldn't that be kind of a tell?
Sure, he's pretty excited about not having to go.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a different with him.
8:34 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You are welcome to call into the program. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. And text in, Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And the studio cameras here. You can watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMA. STL. 280 people are in there talking it over and watching the show. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really have answers for it all. I had them come out to my house, as a matter of fact. You can check it out for yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way, or give them a call at 636-532-5008. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling. We got NFL playoff action tonight. Rams taking on the Vikings. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Doug, you are celebrating the new clock.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the new clock. I've got a cake that we'll be sharing when the show is over. And we'll celebrate Craig a little bit more with the cake.
So Craig,
wonderful time.
what is it, gentlemen? Craig Melvin
on the Today Show.
They've been celebrating him on the Today Show, even though he's been the anchor the whole time, Martin says. I wasn't aware of this.
He's on the team, and I guess now he has a different role.
Got it. And we are celebrating the new clock here on TMA. Now, in the YouTube chat, Doug, they're saying it seems like the same clock.
It does.
So it's just like Craig Melvin. It's the same.
Right.
Same guy.
Just got to appreciate what you have.
Yeah, exactly.
If you looked up at this screen, and I didn't really care whether it was on Channel 5 or Channel 2, but it was hilarious. Doug would look over, and it said, celebrating Craig. And they came back from a commercial and said, still celebrating Craig. And then it had a graphic that said, special message for Greg. And then they brought out his family. I thought, this is what you do when somebody retires after 40 years. Not when they're
He was in
promoted.
tears. Here come the waterworks. The kids are coming out.
It was
He's crying now.
unbelievable.
I wouldn't mind it if all of our children showed up today to
For the
celebrate the new
clock.
clock.
On the log. Special message about the clock. Tim's family is
Oh,
here.
my goodness. Look, the boys are here.
Today, I'm excited to share with you a conversation I conducted with Frank Frangie.
Oh, we'd
Frank
love to have
Frangi's
him.
down in Jacksonville.
Love to have him.
Pete Blanco pointing out Hoda retired. We understand that, but they're celebrating Craig, who was already on the show, but I guess now he gets to do more hours on the show, which is sort of the news model in 2025. It's an opportunity.
Tuned into Martin's newscast last night to watch his spot with Coach Schertz. Friend of the show, Josh Schertz, was on Sports Final. I barely recognized him with his little blazer on. Does he get to dress himself, or is that a two-fox/wife decision? Doug, sorry I missed your sportscast. I needed to give Martin some love. That's from the Baldwin Beer Bitch.
I'm not there. I haven't been there for 3.5 years.
Well,
now,
I don't.
bitch.
Schertz is really upset that Doug hasn't invited him to be on Sports Sunday.
He mentioned that today.
Yeah. He said, when's Doug going to be on his show on Channel 4?
The last time I was on Sports Sunday, he was coaching probably high school ball somewhere. It's been a long time.
Oh, Coach Schertz is great, as we know on this show. The real issue on TV is, because you can get them going. I mean, we probably talked for about 12 minutes and had to wedge that into about a 6-minute hole.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
And then we had to celebrate Craig's. We ran even less time. Well, he's
Even though
great.
on a different network. Craig still must be celebrated.
TKO tonight will be celebrating Craig.
Now that the clock is updated, does this mean we'll get more drops? That's from Jackson's Conscience.
Oh, so cute.
Waffle fries.
Jackson was ready for Jackson's Conscience. That was his response.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
Oh, no.
Speaking of the Colonel, he will be with us coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by the great James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Doug, if there is a coach trending on the Twitter tweets today,
who is it?
It's not Todd Bowles. It's not Matt LaFleur.
Okay.
It's Mike Tomlin. And there are thoughts that maybe the run will come to an end in Pittsburgh. George Pickens liked what he saw as far as the progress offensively with the Steelers. Take a listen to this if you would.
Okay. I've seen signs of growth for sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah. Nah.
The question for those who might not have heard it was, George, are you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
No.
He said it so like there wasn't. He's like, no, I'm not.
It might be sunny gray this weekend.
I mean, I don't know how that happens if you're George Pickens. Like, in worst case, you just be like, yeah, we're feeling good. Like, in no situation do you say, no, I'm not optimistic for the future after a playoff loss.
It's kind of a throwaway question, but I like the fact that it elicited that honest response.
And it certainly kind of contradicts what he said at the beginning. I mean, not totally contradicts, but a little bit. If he's seen progress, but now that's when progress has stopped completely.
Well, you have to have a quarterback, and the Steelers really don't have a good one.
They got two.
They got two that aren't really very good.
Take.
You like Russell Wilson and Justin Fields?
I don't like Russell Wilson all that much.
I think he's playing ahead of Fields.
I think Fields has some left in the tank. I was on that hill heavy when Fields got drafted, and I feel like I have to stick with it.
Okay.
Much like like a Colin Cowherd double down. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to continue that.
Okay.
So bring in Fields.
Guys, is the whole sports journalism industry just about doing the best job you can to squeeze good work into a time schedule that no one really likes? Sorry if this text was too long and you had to cut to Joe Petrovich for another weather update sponsored by a roofing company. That's from Arbor Day, who won the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024.
Joe Petrovich has probably been gone for 15 years.
I can picture him, white hair.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Weather guy.
Yeah.
Pitching to Joe Petrovich.
Today we're celebrating Joe. How can you win in the NFL without a quarterback, Doug? That's what I would like you to ponder.
Not many teams do it.
Patrick Mahomes, C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels, Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Stop me when I get to it.
No, you can
quarterback you can't win with. Maybe Sam Darnold. We'll find out tonight.
There was a time, and you got to go back a ways, when it was mostly a running game, and the teams with the best running backs tended to be the best teams. And now it's pass, 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 and you just can't do it without a quality signal caller, field general.
And if you're a Bears fan, it's always misery. Mm-hmm. You still don't have a coach.
Never going to change.
I like when they tweet out, we've completed the interview process. I think we should do that after a guest has been on. We just completed the Pestis. Every time. We just completed the interview. They're still looking for a coach. They drafted Caleb Williams, who may turn out to be a fine quarterback. They did add a lot of weapons last year, just not so much on the O-line. But if you're watching Jaden Daniels and you're a Bears fan, you think, gosh, maybe we should have got him.
I'm telling you.
And I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
And Drew Brees.
Good one there.
Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him.
That's enough.
There was a handful of youngsters that somehow got a hold of Caleb Williams' phone number, and they texted him posing as Ben Johnson and said, "Caleb, want to let you know before anybody else, I'm going to be named the head coach. Excited to get to work." Caleb, little skeptical at first, but he bought in. Then the kids FaceTimed him and revealed themselves, and Caleb took it in stride. It was a great video.
Yeah, I can confirm.
Oh, I thought you were about to throw to audio. That was like the chairman was setting up audio, and I was like,
it wouldn't make for good audio, but it's a good video that's floating around.
Well, I had you play the Alex Cora, and that wasn't really good.
Yeah, these kids
I read it online, and then the audio, like, okay, maybe it wasn't that good.
And he was like texting this Ben Johnson, I use air quotes, like super excited for the season. Like, fired up.
For those of you interested in throwing wagers on the NFL playoffs, the Lions are still the favorites, still plus 325. Chiefs plus 350. Eagles plus 450. Ravens plus 475, even though the Bills are hosting them. They have longer odds, plus 500. Vikings plus 1,200. If I were to throw a dart, I'm not saying I expect it, but I'll take 22-1 on my money on the Commanders. It might surprise you. Rams plus 3,000 and Texans plus 4,000. Commanders plus 2,200. That would be the one that I would throw the dart on as far as value goes here. Ladies and gentlemen, Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day. We're giving away winter warm-up passes for our prize here on TMA. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I'm a client of Design Air. So is Doug. So So is Martin. And they're the longest-running sponsor on the morning after. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. We have frigid temperatures more expected to come through St. Louis next week. I mean, right now it's 14 degrees. The snow is still out there. Doug, if you're interested, I got a low of 6 for you on Wednesday.
Don't like that.
You're going, okay, well, maybe we'll warm up next week. Sure, no problem. I got a low of 2 for you a week from tomorrow.
No,
it's
worse.
not going to stop. And if the snow doesn't melt on Thursday or Friday, we're going to be stuck here for a while. Make sure your heating system is working properly, and if it isn't, designairservice.com with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct in 2025. Let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of interest-free financing. That's 3 years to pay for your windows without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they will beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. You can call into the program. Callier Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt will put you on the line. James Carlton's in studio. Doug, do you see him over there? He's online at carltoninsurance.net.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
What's the good word? What's the good word? I need the good word, not the bad one, the good one.
I mean, good football weekend. Obviously, the NFL had some blowouts like we saw in the first round of the CFP, but I thoroughly enjoyed both college games.
Oh, outstanding.
Outstanding, right? Just loved it. I thought Texas, I thought they hung in there very, very well against Ohio State. Obviously, the play call on that second down. I mean,
it's brutal.
My goodness. And Sarkisian had to wear that one, but what a play by that Sawyer kid. And you love to see he's an Ohio kid that's been with the program the whole time. Didn't, look around, wandering eyes. It's fun to see, and I think thanks for the podcast recommendation on SVP.
Because, isn't it I still haven't listened to their episode from this weekend.
So Scott had a great point, because a couple years ago, 10 years ago at the BCS, after that Michigan game, that was it for Ohio State for the season. And that's how those kids would have left their mark on that program. And now look where they're at. I mean, they could win the national championship. And what are they, 8.5-point favorites over the Irish, I think?
Yeah, it's dropped down to 8. It opened at 9.5, but 8-point favorites.
So, I mean, just a different dynamic and kind of tip of the cap. I know Ryan Day's not a popular guy by any means, but you got to tip your cap that he has got his football team to play after I don't think I've seen a team more down than what I saw from Ohio State there in Columbus that day. So I'm looking forward to that. It'll be interesting to see if Notre Dame, who has a great secondary, can match up with that Ohio State wide receiver core.
Well, Texas certainly has a hell of a secondary.
Yeah.
You saw what they did against Jeremiah Smith. I mean, they just sold out, moved a safety over an addition, and they got him down to 1 catch and 3 yards.
Unbelievable.
So Notre Dame, Christian Gray will be out there, Martin from D. Smet. See if they can match up with those boys, I mean, that'll be a hell of a challenge. I think the key for Notre Dame is how are they going to be able to move the football, against Ohio State, with their offensive line is just decimated. And I don't know how that will. Obviously, I'm pulling for them, but in the back of my mind, I fear that we might see something reminiscent of like a 1980s Super Bowl, which
every year was a blowout.
Every year was a blowout. Yes.
What's the prognosis? Because I saw those two O linemen leave against Penn State. But what's the prognosis on them?
Completely out for, I can't recall the name, but I saw it yesterday.
Okay, so one's out for sure.
100%, and then one is going to try to.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, Anthony Knapp, the left tackle, is 100% out.
I wonder if it'd be possible for Notre Dame to dip into the portal and get some of Texas offensive linemen
real quick.
Yeah.
You got 1 week in the portal, get it done.
Who's to say it couldn't happen?
If you guys
there are no rules anymore, right?
If you guys did a TMA poll, who do you think the audience is rooting for in that game?
I'd say Ohio State, because then you can go back to Mizzou's win last year against Ohio State.
And we're better than them.
And say, we had a championship caliber team.
Only SEC team to win in the Big Ten bowl game this postseason.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, how about that?
Ohio State's the only one that won anyway.
No, I'm saying Mizzou is the only SEC team to beat a Big Ten team in the postseason.
Oh, okay.
We got that to.
Yeah, that's nice.
And we did have Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame, James, as we celebrate James, and then Buffalo beat Northern Illinois. Then Mizzou beat Buffalo, so Mizzou's better than Notre Dame. Is that right?
Yeah, Gabe gets this if he's on. He totally gets
this. The Colonel's with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
Doing.
What's that? I couldn't hear you. Something was
Slight
off
hiccup.
on me.
That's a hiccup.
That counts as a hiccup against Jackson?
Yep.
Really? Jackson, do you feel like that was a hiccup?
I have his mic and his headphones.
Morning, Colonel.
Are we there now?
Yes. We were just talking it over regarding the college football playoff. You remember the 1980s Super Bowls where very few of them were close.
Yes.
I'm fearful that that might be what we have next Monday night in Ohio State, Notre Dame.
It could be. I don't know. Notre Dame has a really good defense. Texas held Ohio State in check. That was a game. Texas just lost its mind in the red zone. It might be a blowout, and if it is, whatever. Hey, turn it off and go to bed at my normal time, right?
You've come to grips with it.
Yeah. Well, look, I think the college football playoff, I made this comparison this morning. I'm going to start viewing this like the NCAA tournament. The Final Four is anticlimactic a lot of times. I'll watch it because it's the Final Four. But do I really care if North Carolina or UConn or Kentucky wins the national? Whatever, it doesn't really matter to me. I watch for the first 2 weeks and the lead up to it. So I don't know, Ohio State. I mean, we talked last week. I didn't want any of the Final Four teams to win, so I don't really have a rooting interest. And the national title game, I don't know. I'll watch it if I don't have anything else to do and it's on. But to me, the event is more about the lead up to it.
Gabe, I know that there's some remarks going around that Notre Dame and Ohio State have a lot of program guys, guys that have been there 2, 3, 4 years, maybe even more these days. And so, the portal gets a lot of attention. There's a lot of money being thrown around. But how much weight, and you broke this down beautifully a couple weeks ago on Power Mizzou, but how much weight do you still give to building a program through the high school recruiting process?
I mean, you have to have some of those guys, right? The comparison I made was Calipari's best Kentucky teams had the one-and-done guys, but they also had a guy who had been there 3 or 4 years and maybe accepted that he was the 4th or 5th or 6th man on the team. So, like, Missouri the last couple of years was good because, they got an influx of transfer guys, but they were also good because Darius Robinson had been here and Brady Cook had been here. And I think if you're going to bring in 35, 40 new guys every year, and obviously that's what most power conference programs are going to do, you have to have some guys here who kind of say, hey, this is how we do things. This is what the program's like. This is the culture. We understand we're bringing you in, your mercenaries, your talent, but you have to kind of get on board and all pull the same direction. And I think Eli Drinkwitz has done a pretty good job of that the last couple of years. And you have to use both. I mean, I don't think you can go win a national title solely by relying on the portal. But for all the programs, I think during the Notre Dame-Penn State game, they were talking about how Notre Dame doesn't use the portal much. I mean, Notre Dame's had a rental quarterback the last 2 years. The kicker that just won the game was in the portal. They use the portal. To pretend they don't is not paying much attention.
Gabe, on the shopping list for Mizzou, what areas are you still thinking they need to add on? Receiver, back? Where do you see it right now in terms of need?
I really think I'm not sure there is a need, but there's only one guy that we're really watching at this point. That's Damon Wilson II, defensive end who's transferring from Georgia. He visited Missouri on Thursday, visited Ohio State yesterday. We believe it's going to be one of those two, probably in the next few days. He'll make a decision. Beyond that, I think it will be very much, okay, what do you lose in the spring portal window, and then who do you have to replace? Like, are you replacing you probably won't lose a starter in April. That doesn't usually happen. So are you replacing the kid who was maybe third on the depth chart, so you're looking for another young guy? But the spring portal window is very much like one out, one in, right? It depends on what position the kid plays, and then you're kind of replacing a number.
Do they feel pretty good about the Penn State quarterback, Prabula? They feel like he's going to be the guy?
Yeah, I think so. We haven't talked to anybody since he committed about it. I mean, we did ask Eli Drinkwitz about it at the bowl game, and he didn't really want to talk about it. He wanted to talk about the bowl game. So, I mean, they'll have a competition, right? Eli Drinkwitz will do the whole, hey, every position's open, blah, 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 and that is certainly technically true, but I think it is a competition that Bo Prabula will be heavily favored to win.
Gabe, in your 10 thoughts this morning, you had a comment about Rick Barnes, Jackson's guy. He made an interesting comment to the media this weekend. Do you mind recapping that and what your thoughts were on that?
Yeah, it was about, I believe the kid's name is Ches Lanier. He got benched. He passed up a shot, and they asked him about it, and Rick Barnes said, yeah, I brought him over to the bench, and I said, hey, if you're not going to do what you're paid to do here, then you can sit here by me. And I think more of us need to start approaching that this way, right? I think we are torn between understanding that these kids make money and it is basically a junior version of professional sports, but still treating them with kid gloves a little bit. And I want to be clear, this isn't personal. It's not about off the field stuff. That stuff's out of bounds, whether you're talking about a college freshman or Travis Kelce, right? I don't think that stuff has any place in sports fandom, but I think that college athletes have fought for a lot of things, and they deserve it. Like, I've got no problem with college athletes making money and as much money as they can and all that. But if you want the good part that comes with that, you deal with the bad part. And the bad part is now, if you're a college court, like let's take Drew Aller on against Notre Dame, right? Like years ago, people would have kind of tiptoed around that. Yeah, tough day, but there were a lot of other plays too. Now, hey, Drew Aller makes a lot of money. I got no problem saying Drew Aller lost his team a football game because of the way he played on Thursday night. That's part of what should come with this, in my opinion. And I'm not saying you go out of your way to be harsh to these kids, but you just assess their play like you would assess the play of, a guy on the Cardinals that struck out 3 times or a guy on the Chiefs that threw a pick in the fourth quarter. I think that's fair now because they might not be making as much money, although some of them might be. But this is what they fought for, and some of this comes with it.
Gabe, as a state school, we always get the contract for the coach. They always get the breakdown eventually. It's all filed. You think there'll ever be disclosures in terms of exactly what everyone's getting paid? Do you think there'll be access to that?
I don't know. I think it would make a lot of things better in some ways. And this is also new. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I never sit and watch a Chiefs game and think about how much any of the guys are making. I don't care. But then again, I don't pay any of that, right? The college fans are currently paying it, so that might change it. I think it would. There's arguments on both sides. I would kind of like it. It would make it easier. It would make my job easier. But hey, nobody knows what I make, so
How much do you make, Gabe?
God wants answers.
Post that.
Okay.
Really a lot. When you go to journalism school, the first thought you have is, God, I'm going to be so rich.
Amen.
Great.
Amen.
You should toss some of that money around to Drew King so he can cover the game on Saturday and you can watch the Chiefs.
Yeah, no, I will be at Mizzou Arena. I've watched many playoff games from press row at Mizzou Arena, actually. But no, the only way that stuff's all going to eventually be public is if we hit the point where the players are employees. And I think most people think at some point that's going to happen, whether that's 3 years or 20 years, nobody knows. The schools and the coaches and the NCAA don't seem to want it, but it's the most logical solution at some point.
What do you make of the basketball team? A couple big wins this week. They're going to have a pretty good year, you think?
Well, they've done everything they need to do to this point. Lot to prove. They got 15 games left. 12 of them are quad one games. They have one really good win over Kansas, and some other wins that, hey, they needed to get. They're 13-0 at home and 0-3 anywhere else, so they're going to have to pick up a couple wins away from home. But they've put themselves in position. Now they need 6 more wins in their last 15 games to probably get back to the tournament, which should be the goal.
Tough matchup tomorrow night at Florida.
Yeah, they'll be put to the test tomorrow night.
Ooh, that one's not easy. It's not quite, I don't think, like the road game at Auburn. Like, I don't think Florida's quite that good. They're very good. Not many, if any, teams are going to win down there. So that's one of the ones you kind of put in the, hey, we're probably losing this game column. And if anything different happens, then huge bonus.
Gabe DeArmond with us every Monday and Friday here on TMA, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, guys, have a good one.
That's Gabe DeArmond with us. You can read him at powermizzou.com every Monday. His 10 Thoughts column is something that I start my morning with on a Monday morning.
He never did say how much money he made.
He's going to post that in next week's 10 Thoughts.
There are so many Mizzou journalism programs that come out of this show, or promos, I should say. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, my goodness,
There's
you guys are.
one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Martin's mad he didn't go.
Been thinking about it.
You think you could have hacked it there?
Look at there.
I mean, it's academically.
You kind of went there, right, Tim? You went there.
Attended.
You went there.
Attended.
Doug graduated. Jackson graduated.
Communications, all right? Is that what you...
Sport management.
Sport management.
I bet you wanted to be an agent, Jackson. I know you can't talk because you don't have a mic. But... No? Okay.
Let's go to law school for that.
Hey, with that CFP, I get why it's on a Monday. They don't want to compete against the NFL, but
I hate that it's on a Monday.
I think the preliminary numbers show that the ratings aren't great if it's not on a weekend, right? Or am I off there?
I don't know on college football playoff.
Do you think that the
rankings.
ratings would suffer that bad if they went up? They don't want to go against an NFL playoff game, I guess. But
right. But why not Friday?
Yeah, there
Friday
you go.
is historically a terrible
Not a great
night.
TV night, but I think if you have a national championship, people are going to find it. They're going to make a way. It just seems like it'd be more fun for everyone involved than a Monday.
Monday at like 8:15, I feel like it kicks off at 2.
Now they're doing 6:30 again.
Good.
Now it'll kick off at 6:46, 6:47, and it'll go until 10:30. I mean, you can count on that. I hate the Monday start.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a holiday, so you got that, but it doesn't necessarily help for those, going to work the next day. James Carlton, CarltonInsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. I recommend him to you, 314-961-4800, to go online at CarltonInsurance.net. 400 plus 5-star reviews for James and his team. And James, I've gotten so many emails from listeners over the years. They call you or one of your staff members, and you guys save them money. They can't believe how much money you save.
Well, thank you. No, we appreciate that. We really appreciate this audience. They've been great to us since 2017.
2017, Doug. How about that? 8 years.
How many stations is that?
Oh, wow. I guess that's only two.
Only two stations.
That's only 2.
Yeah, but I guess our third medium or dial, whatever you want to call it there. But no, we're very
frequency? Doug, would you call it frequency?
I wouldn't say frequency. I don't know.
It's interesting. I think that's
But we
the right
appreciate
term,
that, and we try to make it as easy as possible to see if we could save you money quickly. And thank you to the audience, and thank you to you guys. And you guys have a lovely week. Thanks so much.
Well, thanks, James. That's James Carlton with us here, presenting Gabe DeArmond. Chris Kerber is going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour, along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. TMA, and Doug, we're celebrating a new clock here on the morning after.
It's been fun. It's been a good time.
Oh, look, Tim's family is here to celebrate. We continue to celebrate.
Doug, your three boys are coming in?
Well, they should, yeah. They're all scheduled to come.
Sit on your lap, we'll pour some champagne. That's what's going
to be
on.
doing that, but I guess we can give it a go.
We had the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, with us in the first segment of the 9 o'clock hour. Or would you call that the 8 o'clock? I don't know. Do you call it the 8 o'clock hour? Because it now from 8:52 to 7:11 or 9:11, 7 if you're listening in LA. It's a chairman. Do you call that the 8 or do you call that the 9?
I just don't have the answer for
the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Currently, yes. All right. Yeah, for sure.
But what was the previous segment?
Well, parts were in the 8 o'clock hour, and then it transitioned. Pretty much right as Gabe came on into the Mark Hanna.
That's when it started to transition.
All right.
But for the chairman's purposes, posting podcasts.
Podcasting-wise, Gabe is part of the 9 o'clock hour.
Wow, Doug, wow.
I think it's a
Very
pro move.
complicated.
Thank you.
Very, very complicated, intricate. This is not a business for
We're
just
learning
anybody.
on the go. We're learning on the go, and apparently just one hiccup so far, and that wasn't even clock-related. That was just me being incompetent.
A little slow with Gabe's
I didn't want to jinx it.
I think you're having an immaculate show, Jackson.
Oh, thank you.
264 people are in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. The studio cameras here on 101 ESPN brought to you by the Air Alliance team. And that's how you can watch the show, and that's how you can participate in the chat with other listeners. John Scores, Floyd the Barber, Droid Effects, Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, Tiny PP, and MD 2020. They're all in there.
Okay.
And they are all talking it over. In our 7 o'clock hour, we played this, and I want to revisit it because it's going to set the stage for our discussion here, and that's John Mozeliak, Jackson, talking about wanting perhaps to, if he knew what he now knows regarding the Arenado situation, maybe not saying what he said in December regarding trading him. Take a listen.
Like anything in this business, everything's sort of a timestamp in life, right? And at the time when we were talking about that, I thought pretty confidently that we had a deal in place and we were likely going to move him. Here we are, a month later, and obviously that didn't happen. And so, maybe had I known what I know today, I might not have spoken as I spoke that night. But what I said is what I said, and so you have to live with that. But lesson learned, lots of moving parts in this business, and nothing's ever for sure until it's for sure.
So, John Mozeliak with what I would consider some, transparency. And what that tells me, gentlemen, is that he was under the impression that that deal was all but done with Houston, and then they were caught off guard by Arenado nixing it. In that same interview, which came with Matt Pauley of KMOX and Mike Claiborne of KMOX, he talked about the possibility of acquisitions this offseason, Doug, which would be the first of its kind. Take a listen.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
Just addressing the offseason as a whole, like typically we were usually pretty targeted in what we wanted to do. We usually would be pretty aggressive on trying to get those things accomplished early in the offseason because we always felt like, if you get ahead of the market, you tend to benefit from that. And secondly, in terms of understanding that really some of the decisions that I'm making or part of making right now are about setting up for the next generation or for the next group of leadership. And look, we already know who that is. That person's been hired, signed, and he's focused right now really on building up what he wants his team to look like. As far as from a front office standpoint, my responsibility this year has been to help in any way I can on that side of the house, but also trying to think through like what we want this roster to look like really in 2026, 2027 and beyond. And so that's just been more of a collaborative model than maybe I've had to deal with in the past.
Can't say Chaim Bloom's name, apparently. That person.
I had to deal with in the past. Had to.
That person is in play. Yeah, Chaim Bloom has been assembling his staff. You get these press releases. They're not altogether that exciting for the fans at home because it'd be like, so-and-so is now the assistant, personnel assistant. And you're like, okay, all right.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah. Well, they have to get some pitching, don't they?
What makes you say that?
Because they don't have any now.
What do you mean?
They got Gray, And they got Matt's.
Michaelis.
He said he's on a mission. So fans don't say good riddance at the end of the year. Did you see that article yesterday? Derek Gould.
All right.
Derek Gould.
So they don't say good riddance.
That's what he said.
Some would say they have too much pitching.
Oh, you think
Is that right? You holding rights again this year? You were holding rights at the start of last season. Remember that?
I do.
On Balloon Party?
I
that
do
was
remember.
an odd moment.
I really wanted to get behind the old Local 9 and
holding rights.
Say Local 9.
Well, trust me, it flew back in my face. Not only was I called out for such rights holding, but then also the team stunk. But yeah, I mean, but they're trying to get rid of Fetty or Gray or Matz. So because they have younger pitching, they just don't feel confident using them yet, or don't pay Steven Matz $11 million.
Doug, I think that was your point.
They got too much pitching.
Can you ever have too much pitching, Jackson?
Depends what your payroll situation looks like.
Okay.
You can have too much payroll, but not too much pitching.
Depends what you're trying to do. Like, what's their mission statement this year? Slash?
We haven't figured that out yet. The mission statement at the moment
this
is
one out. That's the marketing campaign, right?
It's the marketing campain. But what at the end of the year, what do they want to accomplish? Not having a bunch of money on the books?
Tempting to try?
I mean, I think the absolute real, if this is truth serum, we've got to cut money, and we just absolutely have to. Now, I would be really curious. Well, I am really curious as to what this is about. And I suppose if you wanted to go conspiracy theory-wise, you would say they're selling the team. We asked Bill DeWitt III on this show point blank. He said, no, that is not the case. But why is it, crisis is overstating it. That'd be hyperbolic. I don't want to do that. But clearly, that is an edict. I guess if you wanted to go, to attempt to nuance the discussion, it would be, okay, we had been spending a couple $100 million on a payroll that wasn't getting it done. We clearly have issues. We can't keep repeating that when we're way more than one player away. And so we're going to take X number of that 200 and allocate it to rebuilding the farm system. Otherwise, this thing is going to continue to spiral in a purgatory of mediocrity. Do you think that, Martin, right there is what it actually is?
As opposed to we have to cut payroll, we
because
have to for a later maneuver, therefore we can't have it on the books. I don't think they're selling, and
I don't either, and I kind of take that off the table. I just don't think
what else could
on
it
the
be?
air.
Why is there this? It just that it's so imperative.
Right.
Whereas you could recommend, hey, let's try and slash pay. We're not going to be that competitive. We're going to be young. But it seems more like an edict.
Right, okay, so we're on the same page.
Yeah, it does feel like an edict. This must get done money-wise. And why is that? Because you can go, all right, well, we lost $10 million this year. We didn't want to, but we did. We can, as Doug's pointed out, so much money has been made, you could probably have a hiccup. We'll allow them one hiccup, like Jackson, one hiccup. But why the edict? In other words, like if you had to play Arenado, well, okay. So it's not what we had in mind, but it's not a disaster. It still feels like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Like there's almost panic.
That's the thing that I for the life of me, I don't get. And I do think that things have changed since they had that press conference with Bill DeWitt, both Junior and the third, John Mozeliak and Chaim Bloom, in that some of the guys that I think they thought they were going to be able to move have let them know they're not going to allow them to move them. Specifically Contreras, Gray, and Michaelis. And in addition, I think they were planning on moving Arenado. And so then, if that's the case, and you've got those guys, then and you're in a division that doesn't have a clear Dodgers or Yankees situation, then I sit there and I go, okay, if there isn't some kind of dire straits financially, then, there is a rotation. I'm not saying it's a great rotation. And then just go with what you got.
Like, can you pivot? Like, even in the offseason.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, can you say, all right, here's the deal.
Things changed because we thought that Contreras and Gray and Michaelis were going to say we can move them. They don't want to go. Now we're going to spin that into they want to be here. And I guess some people are buying that, and that's fine. I think they don't want to sit on the bench as they wind down their careers. And then the Arenado situation, because that puts the Cardinals in a spot that you're not going to have some team do what the Astros were surprisingly willing to do, which is take on a vast majority of what he is owed, with the Cardinals in this spot on January 13th. I mean, these boys are in Jupiter, Florida in less than a month. And so if that is the case, then unless you pick up a large part of it and say, okay, we'll pick up a large part of it, but we got to get some of your prospects in return, what are you accomplishing by doing it? And then if you go, well, they just got to save some money, well, how much are they really realistically going to save? And if it's still imperative that they save just that sliver of the money, then why is it so important to do it? That's the part that I don't really follow.
I think the Arenado deal is complicated by the fact that I just don't think
you think there's more to it than the strict financial in baseball?
I just don't think either side is really that happy with either side. That's my understanding. He doesn't want to be here anymore. They don't really want him to be here anymore. I think that's somewhat obvious beyond the money even. I think that's playing a role here because I think you're right at this point. If another team says, all right, we'll pay $5 million of his deal, well, then it's not worth it. You'd rather roll him out there and get some pretty good D and see if he runs into a great year. You'd rather say, sorry, we'll revisit it a year from now. You put up a big season, we will get you traded, maybe even at the deadline.
You get a higher value.
If you come back, play lights out, we'll try and move you at the deadline even because you might be in high demand. A year from now, you still got a couple years on your deal. Let's try it again. You know, the Houston thing, I think you have to be candid. We had a deal in place. You nixed it. We did the best we could. Now you're coming back. But it does seem, okay, now who's going to take him? Like, it's imperative for them to move him. I think this one is more, I know the money's a big part of it, but I really think that both sides just want a divorce. And I think that's behind the scenes sort of playing out.
So, okay, for the purpose of the conversation then, because I'm trying to dig into this. If the Arenado, you're saying the Arenado thing, Martin, maybe just take the financial conversation out of the equation. They just want to move on, and he just wants to move on.
Yes.
You think that's
that's what I believe.
Okay.
I don't think I'm too far off, but I do believe that to be the case.
Okay.
And that's why the agent is even willing to say, oh, we're thinking about Seattle. What about Detroit?
Yeah.
Like throwing everything against the wall.
If it was just money, you would think they would be trying to unload some of these other contracts too. Maybe they are, and they don't say anything about it. Doesn't get the press. But you could find a replacement for Wilson Contreras to play first base and have his same bat, I would think. Gray's making a lot of money, probably on the downside of his career.
But they don't want to go. That's the issue, supposedly.
That's what they say. Why wouldn't you want to go to a better team? Why would you want to spend the final couple of years of your career with a team that looks like it has no chance to win?
I mean, obviously, Fowler's established.
Well, that's a few years back.
For the record, the Cardinals are plus 900 to win the National League Central. So are the Pittsburgh Pirates. Yeah. The Reds are plus 600. The Brewers plus 250. The Cubs are even money to win the National League Central.
What's your percentage right now that Arenado gets traded before let's just say before the season begins?
99%.
Like that it's still going to happen some way, somehow. And Mozeliak historically has been able to get they get trades done. They find a way. Fleeced Colorado pretty good money-wise. The Goldschmidt trade was great. I'm just saying they've been pretty good at piecing things together some way, somehow, finding a trade partner. I have no idea where it's going to be.
So if the Arenado thing, it sounds like, for the purpose of our conversation, which I find fascinating, if the Arenado thing is compartmentalized to, we don't like this guy, and he doesn't care to be here, which may be the case. All right, fine. But it can be under the auspice of we got to cut money, which is something that we talked about this offseason because we're going to try to protect his reputation and protect ours. I understand that. So then if you look at the National League Central, you're not in damn near any other division in baseball where you have a clear favorite. The Cubs are even money to win the National League Central. You know what their win total projection is, gambling-wise?
84.5.
86.5. So what I'm saying by presenting this is, if that is the case, then you're really not in a spot where you're going, you've got the Yankees and Red Sox, or you've got the Dodgers and Padres, or the Braves and the Phillies, or whomever it is that you would point to. I'm saying that with what they have, it's not like it's great, but the Cubs projection is 86.5. The Cardinals, with what they had last year, was 183 games. I'm just, I'm presenting the conversation that if you're quote unquote that close, then why do they have to yank the dollars that they're yanking? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, because the payroll now at this moment is down to 146. That's with Arenado on it.
Right.
And you're saying the division is still there to be had,
Right.
so why not relook at
like
this and
if you're stuck with Contreras, Michaelis, and Gray, and you don't want to be, and I know you can't say that, and that's fine, and maybe they're overjoyed with it, fine. Either way, you got them. Then if you got that, then that doesn't mean that you just go, oh, well, then we'll surround them with randoms. You're in the mix. I just,
because you really couldn't clear house or clean house.
Exactly.
So then what's the point of being desperate to unload a potential Hall of Fame third baseman?
Well, I'm taking the Arenado conversation out of it because it sounds like that just needs to happen.
But would you consider keeping it because all those other guys aren't moving like, hey, we're not that bad?
I don't know how bad the situation is between the parties, and so anything I would be saying on that would be speculative, be like a tweet from a dog avatar, and I don't know. But what I'm saying is, if I'm playing a poker hand, I've told Jackson this before, when you make a call that kind of makes no sense with your cards, it's because the action of your opponent doesn't really add up, and you go, it doesn't make sense. He's bluffing. I call. I've got pocket twos, but hell, I think I'm ahead. This doesn't make sense. If they were in, again, whether it be the Cubs, Reds, Pirates, or Brewers, if one of them were projected to be a force, I get it. But this division is gettable as hell. The Cubs are even money to win the division. Their win projection on Bovada, same place where they're even money, is 86.5. And so what I'm trying to say is this thing is gettable. You can't unload. As has been the case this offseason, Contreras, Michaelis, and Gray, even though you might want to, you can't. So if you're that close, then why just pull the plug on it? And you've already lowered the payroll. It's already at 146. That's with Arenado. I'm just saying I don't know if now at this point it makes sense to punt. Because of the set of circumstances, both with the players that you can't unload and then with the division being what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can tend to your P&L by increasing the top line. You don't have to just make cuts. If you're projecting bad attendance, okay. I mean, that can be a self-fulfilling prophecy with your offseason. Right now, you're absolutely tracking that way. But if you're going, okay, well, holy crap, maybe we pivot off of what the plan was. We thought we were going to be able to unload these guys. They don't want to go. Well, we can tend to the top line and then mitigate some of those losses by increasing the revenue from the attendance and concessions. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and every day that Arenado isn't moved, it just creates more confusion within the fan base because of what you're saying. Because there's no clear dot. Like, think how bad things would look if you had one Yankees or one Dodgers in the division. You'd say you have no chance. But because it's kind of gettable, even with a Frankenstein team.
You like that term, Doug?
No, I don't like it.
I had a feeling that was going to really
a shirt coming.
Like spare parts,
Chairman Curtis had a shirt.
Yeah, you kind of
with like little birds on the bat for the eyes.
Yeah, you're just kind of like sewing it all together. Like, yeah, and I think that's the anger for the last 2 years is because the division's been gettable. The Brewers were good last year, but not world beaters. And the Cardinals seemingly on paper shouldn't be that far behind them, and yet they are.
If this Cardinal organization isn't planning on winning this weak division in the quadruple A Central, then that's just sad. That's from the 636. Because winning the division, getting swept in the wild card doesn't improve the attendance. That's from Bozo McGee.
I don't know about that. I think being in contention all year would
because you
certainly
don't know
help
you're going to get
attendance.
swept. And as you've seen these random teams win these best of three goofball thing that they set up. I'm just... Listen, I'm not saying they should do this. I'm just looking at the status of the National League Central. The Cubs are such substantial favorites that with 5 teams in there, you get even money on them to win the division. Wow, what's their win total projection? 93, 94? No, 86.5. So if that's the case, and you can't move Contreras, you can't move Michaelis, you can't move Gray, then perhaps you go, okay, F it. But then it gets into the question I was asking at the outset of the conversation, Martin, which is there something more to it that they've got to unload salary? That's the question. It is a 9:34 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. We'll continue the discussion here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Something new from our friends at Together Credit Union. They've launched a brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking, and it's going to do that. It's going to empower you. You're going to make money off that, earn above market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. That interest is paid to you each month. It's a checking account that rewards you for your balances, not your activity. To apply, just go to togethercu.org. Stop by one of the 14 local St. Louis branches, Together Credit Union, all around the St. Louis area. Find out more about Empower Checking, a great way to make more money with your checking account. Stop by those 14 area branches or online, togethercu.org. Great opportunity in 2025. Open a new checking account. Start saving money with your money. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandolph Chevrolet and Johnny Wandolph Autoplex. The Celtics edge out the Pelicans last night, 120-119. Jason Tatum with 38 points and 11 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandolph Chevrolet and Johnny Wandolph Autoplex. See it on Wandolph.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
So good. World. Smooth home run.
Sing it, Doug.
I'm poor lyrically.
Always fire burning in the outfield.
Whoa, that I remember. Whoa. Well, outfield.
Whoa.
Yep. See, now you're feeling it.
Yeah.
Is this Teo Cruz? Teo Cruz?
I don't know who it is.
Cruz?
I don't know.
Fireburn on the dance floor?
Yeah.
I think so. He also did Dynamite, if you remember that.
Yeah, I remember being at the Missouri-Oklahoma game, October 2010, and why they were playing Dynamite. And is it Teo Cruz or
I don't know
who it is.
I think it's Teo Cruz. I remember that was a big, big bar mitzvah song.
Top 5 bar mitzvah songs. Let's go.
Rushmore.
For me, it was Dynamite, Teo Cruz. I was actually listening to it that night. Missouri, Oklahoma was a friend's bat mitzvah. And so I was watching that game while listening to Teo Cruz's Dynamite. Like a G6 by the Far East Movement.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Dev, who was the vocalist in Far East Movement?
Don't
mixed
ask me.
it?
I don't know.
Like a G6. Also, No Hands by Waka Flocka Flame. That was a big one.
Martin, those are 3 so far, so good news. There's still 2 more.
This is kind of like past this. All right, I got 3 things. Number 7. Number 8.
Baby by Justin Bieber and Ludacris.
And that was shot at a bowling alley, Doug?
I don't know where it was shot, Tim.
And then OMG by Will.i.am.
How about that?
Okay. This is what you dance to?
Whoa.
Is this
for Martin's thinking about exiting the alliance?
Is this for all bar mitzvahs or just you specifically?
You said that like my aunt from Jersey, bar mitzvahs. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was like 3 DJs in St. Louis that would kind of all do the bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah circuit. And so you basically got the same playlist every time. No one would ever have like a band or anything.
So that's every Jewish kid who turns 13? Is
Yeah. Yep. And I basically had one every weekend, and it was the greatest time ever.
It's Sean Kingston, not Teo Cruz. Wrong again, Vladdy B. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins out there in the parking lot.
First of all, Tim said it. And second of all, I thought it was. Dynamite was Teo Cruz, but I believe Sean Kingston. He also did Beautiful Girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
She had me.
You like that film Beautiful Girls? That was Natalie Portman's
I don't believe I've seen
signature.
it.
Boy,
Was it
great
really?
film. Rosie O'Donnell, friend of the show, Michael Rappaport. He was in studio.
Oh, Timothy Hutton, maybe?
Yeah, there you go.
They're home at a college break. They're all at the bar,
Great
kind of
film.
hanging out. Yeah. Underrated, maybe.
Thank you.
Look at that. Matt Dillon, Uma Thurman. That's a good cast.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good late 90s cast.
Boy, I got that as... I'm going to call it 96.
I don't know the years, Tim.
I feel good about 95 or 96.
Okay.
I don't think 97's live, but it could be. But either way, by saying 96, I get 97 and I get 95.
It was 96. Don't ever doubt yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's exciting to be this talented. Imagine Jackson dancing to those songs alone at Wheelhouse. That's from the Baldwin Beer Batch.
When I was
do that anymore, do you?
I
Dancing
never did
alone?
it in the first place. Well, could you imagine? I want people to really picture, if theater of the mind here, me getting in Uber by myself, getting to the Wheelhouse,
Big night,
ordering a cocktail, and walking to the dance floor by myself again, dancing, and then promptly turning and leaving.
So why
like
did
it
you
was
do
like
that?
a business trip of some
Why
sort.
did you do that on so many occasions?
Never did. Never did. I don't really dance. I mean, I'll sometimes dance by myself.
Oh, you will.
Mizzou wins a big game out on the patio.
Yeah, after the Vandy W.
Oh, yeah.
You were dancing after the win against Vanderbilt.
No, I was wiping the sweat from my brow. That was it. It got close in the second half there, fellas.
What's your go-to cocktail when you Uber by yourself?
Oh, good question.
He's kind of a boat drink guy.
That's not necessarily the case. I will
But
have
you got a little
like an umbrella.
You got a little quickly loopy in Jamaica on boat drinks.
I'd become unencumbered.
Did you?
I would get loose. I wouldn't say I was wasted, but I'm a gin and tonic guy.
Martin, I'll set the scene for you. And this video might still be out there somewhere.
It certainly is.
Oh, it is? Oh, Chairman Kurt.
Well, no.
Missouri beats Iowa State. We're on like this 3-hour bus ride from what were we flying to? Montego Bay, I think?
Yeah. Yep.
I believe that's right.
Missouri beats Iowa State. They were somewhere in the top 5. Jackson's in a really good place. He's really delighted.
Yep.
And he's sharing a room with legendary adult star, certainly on the Mount Rushmore of the 21st century, Lisa Ann. Jackson's in a great place. He hops in the pool and he grabs himself a boat drink, and somebody's doing like an Instagram live. And I'm telling you, it was reminiscent of Paul Newman in The Verdict. I mean, he was just
Bushmills.
He was just, this guy was in a good place. I'm sharing a room. Nay, Doug. Nay, I'm sharing a bed with Lisa Ann. My Missouri Tigers just beat a top 5 team. I'm in Jamaica with legendary broadcaster Tim McKernan, and I've got a little umbrella in my daiquiri. Let's go live on Instagram.
Yeah,
that's what the guy said.
Why wouldn't you?
And I mean, it was Paul Newman in The Verdict time.
So you were smashed? Were you?
Yeah.
Was it served in a coconut?
Yeah, me and Charlotte Rampling then smoked like 100 heaters and foiled some sort of crime. No, what happened also was Lisa Ann tagged me in one of the posts. You should have seen my DMs. You should have seen what my DMs looked like. It was dudes from foreign lands offering me ungodly amounts of money to like send a picture of her feet or something.
Really?
Why didn't you open up that business model?
I know. I should have been like, I'll split the profits with you, but like I had dudes.
So they DM'd you for you to like sneak a picture of her feet and then send it to you, and they would have Venmo'd you like
were
a
you
few
tempted?
grand?
Guys were like, I will pay you $4,000 to switch places for one night. Like, like people were my DMs.
I had no idea about this.
I probably had 150 DMs after that.
No way.
Most of them were like bots, or certainly sending me messages in language I didn't understand. But yeah, it was crazy. That was a real moment.
I can't believe that the smash Jackie wouldn't have taken the money. Like,
I can't believe we didn't talk about
this. Sounds like a good idea. Can I get a picture of your feet real quick?
I was just trying my best to be a good boy, you know?
Clip that off.
And I felt like...
Sounds like a dog.
Well, I felt like if it was like 3 a.m. on the island there, and I'm like in a spy-like manner taking pictures of her feet, the flash goes off and I start sweating like crazy. Oh, like I was worrying I'd do it, just take a picture of my feet and send it, see if that would work.
Yeah, anyone's feet would have done.
Yeah,
just tell
yours.
them that they were hers.
Yeah, and what you guys? So you shared a bed, but you built a fort?
There was a dividing line.
Like, was there a line, or were there like a fort? Pillows.
I would say much like the line of scrimmage, you kind of know where it is at all times, and there would be no encroachment. I didn't encroach, I can promise you that. I've made the analogy before. If we were sleeping on the continental U.S., I was in Maine while she had Mississippi River and West.
Oh,
okay.
Gosh.
I like that.
Which I thought was right.
Did listeners come along for this joyride, or was this just you fellas entertaining from there?
Me and my wife, Plowhawk and his fiance now.
Yeah.
And Jackson was a single gentleman at the time.
Yeah.
Doug brought his son, Greg Vaughn, great ball striker.
Love Greg Vaughn.
Yeah.
And Iggs, yeah.
So it was for the audience back here to enjoy. It wasn't a listener come along.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right. But we did send.
And Lisa Ann
trip.
came along.
Yeah.
Because I guess Iggy wasn't bringing somebody. I think that was what was going on, if memory serves.
Right. Yeah. And it was. I mean, it was really
split
fun.
it, and then she was going to stay in the bed with Iggy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
And instead, Iggy declined. He likes to sleep by himself. And so then Jackson, who was like 23 at the time, got to sleep with legendary adult star. And I want to emphasize that is sleep with, not the metaphorical sleep with, literally.
Right, bunked. We bunked together.
You bunked. And the listeners, both on TMA and Balloon Party, had high hopes. And Jackson made it clear he was sleeping in Maine and she was west of the Mississippi, if that's
so. The Ohio Valley was basically wide open.
That seems like.
There's just time and time again, whether it be a trip to Jamaica or when I went out to Vegas, that the TMA listeners expect me to be like, prime Dean Martin and just be a legend,
the drinking part down.
like a legend of the night. And I'm just kind of a guy, I'm just kind of a I'm kind of a guy who likes to hang out. Yeah, he might have a gin and tonic or two.
I bet prime Dean Martin had a pretty good time.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I don't know if anyone is up there with the Mount Rushmore of Run Good, probably.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's coming up in about an hour. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom is your leader by 2 as we approach the midway point of the month of January. Munganast is the sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour. StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. That's Munganast. They set up a number for our listeners to call or text, and that number is 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. That's talking with Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganast, and Ryan Seiberg in the service department. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura. Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. StLouisAcura.com, AltonToyota.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Coming up, Sydney Thomas from St. Louis. We've been talking to her about coming on the program. Does a podcast interview and says an SEC coach slid into her DMs.
Huh.
We'll have that for you next on TMA. Welcome back. It is the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you here on the program. Doug, Sydney Thomas, we've been talking with her about coming on the program at some point. Okay. For those of you who may not recognize the name, she is the St. Louis native who gained a great deal of fame from the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. And she was one of the ring girls for the fight and certainly caught plenty of attention globally and now has taken that recognition and has certainly grown her brand and appeared on a podcast in which she had this little anecdote.
Okay. All right, got to answer these next two.
Yep.
Okay, craziest DM you've gotten since the Paul fight.
At least now you don't have to say who it's from.
Okay. It was from another SEC football team coach, and they just DM'd me Roll Tide. So I'm not going to say what coach it was, but
well, okay.
They're an Alabama fan now, at least.
I love that. All right.
Yeah, we'll let everyone else figure that out for themselves, who it was.
Doug, what do we do here?
Well, I think she went to Alabama.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Right.
She did. She does.
Yeah. So the coach there may have seen her as an Alabama girl, and good for you, Roll Tide. I don't think he was hitting on her.
Sure. But I heard that
Martin and I are on the same page. We disagree with that.
So why did he feel the need to reach out at all?
He could have just been happy to see an Alabama student do so well. I don't know. He didn't say anything else besides Roll Tide.
I envy how you see the world as full of goodness, whereas I exist in the world of badness.
Well, it is possible to just congratulate somebody or to say nice going, happy for you without hitting on them.
Well, I think she just turned 21 last month. And so the youngest SEC coach, I would imagine, is in their 40s. Maybe Drinkwitz, has he turned 40 yet?
He is 40.
Okay. Is he the youngest? Am I missing? Well, point being, there's an age gap there. There isn't like a 25.
No, Levy's 41.
Okay. So then DM, you know what I mean? I mean,
I heard another. The word I heard was another SEC coach DM'd me. I want to play.
Can we hear it again?
Yeah, let's take this audio forensics here with Sydney Thomas.
So instead of her coming on the show, as hoped for months ago, we now have clips of her.
That's correct.
Yes. Yeah, take what you can get. All right, here we go.
All right, got to answer these next two.
Yep.
Okay, craziest DM you've gotten since the Paul fight.
At least now you don't have to say who it's from.
Okay. It was from another SEC football team coach.
Another SEC football team.
She also did not say head coach.
That's true. That is true.
That's true.
That is true.
This really opens it up, and that's not as fun. Another football team coach. So another meaning not
Another
Alabama?
SEC. Yeah. That's what I'm taking it as. Now I'm curious.
Now, as you might imagine, there is one suspect that's gaining the most traction from social media sleuths. You like that term, Doug? Social media sleuths?
I guess I don't mind it.
The train?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we're being honest.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin. But as far as any specific name, specific coach, specific school, all we know from Sydney Thomas is that it was an SEC coach. Could be an assistant. Could be a grad assistant.
Current or former.
Yeah. You think it was Coach Saban?
Well,
you think he's got an NC?
No.
Old ball
Mike
coach.
Price did the old Roll Tide.
He did.
Who would be the funniest coach?
You just said Lane
be?
Kiffin. He's not at Alabama.
Sam Pittman would be pretty phenomenal.
Sam Pitt, yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't affect someone's family. Gosh, there's a lot of funny answers.
A lot of theories in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, I can tell you that.
Who's the leader in the clubhouse?
Lane Kiffin, without question.
Yeah.
314-399-9646. Baldwin Beer Bitch is theorizing it's Brian Kelly. Doug, do you think Brian Kelly?
Probably not. He hits on his own players.
On the recruits.
Allegedly.
Sports media in this town is soft.
Yes.
Get her on the show.
Oh.
That's from Tiny Pee-Pee in the YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Who Janet is sideways with.
That's correct. She doesn't like his name.
And her father, for people who don't know, is that one guy at Busch Stadium.
That's right.
Yeah.
Did he work Jackson's bar mitzvah? I'd like to bring this full circle.
No.
Okay.
I don't. Some people did have like Louis or Fred Bird come to theirs, not me.
What'd you have?
Milkshakes. They're really good milkshakes.
I'd rather have a milkshake.
Yeah, they were really, really good.
mascot.
Candy on the tables.
Nice.
Yeah.
How come you didn't invite any of us?
Should have. Would you guys have come?
Sure, of course.
No.
If we'd known there was
being
milkshakes.
honest, really. Gift cards?
Been fun. You have to bring money.
How much?
For you guys.
You got showered with money?
Some in the 70s. You give a couple.
Was it like Goodfellas?
Yeah.
Really?
Nah, it's more. There's a box. They didn't come up to me and like
With an envelope?
and then kiss me on the cheek and then hand me the money.
It's like a wedding, though.
It's extremely similar to it.
What do you do with the money?
Goes towards academics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
it probably does.
I
in that
couldn't like.
culture,
I didn't get just handed like a couple $1,000s. You know, it gets put into the college fund, and it costs money to have a bar mitzvah. Expensive.
Oh, yeah.
You're supposed to give a gift that equals how much it would cost to have you as a guest.
Certainly for weddings.
If there's dinner and the dinner might cost the people $100, you should give them a gift that's worth at least $100.
Well, if you don't like the people, I'm not saying that to
Don't
anyone
show
whose
up.
wedding I'm not or am going to, but just in general. Like, do you keep track of what people give you in case to
You do for
cross-reference?
thank you notes.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
But then to cross-reference when it's their time to get married, you're like, I'm not giving you a nickel more than you gave me.
If you have a great aunt who gave you a $2 bill versus an uncle who gave you $200, you don't want to send them both. What a generous gift that was. Thank you so much. Then they'll know you didn't really have any clue.
Media in this town soft. There you go, Doug. How about that?
Very, very
How about
soft
that?
media.
Can producer Joe get this gal on like he did with Katie Nolan when the other 5 producers failed? That's from Big Tuft. Producer Joe's been booking Joe Theismann for us on the program.
Pretty regularly.
Yeah. We're off next Monday, but the following day, hopefully Joe Theismann will be joyous for a Notre Dame victory.
Do you book him win or lose? Book him in advance? Or you
I
just
think
play
I'll
it by
probably
ear?
text him on Monday afternoon.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe, just wanted to see if we can get you on. Boy, I'd be so happy. It's going to be like my child. I am going to go over to my parents' house and watch the game.
Yeah.
And, well, you guys, I sent you guys the video. My dad watched the game. And that was like on a 1 to 10, that was like a 2. So imagine what this is going to be like. And he really said, don't bring the grandkids. I don't want them to see it.
I respect that so much.
And he's right. He's right.
Would they be shocked?
Yes, they would be. Yeah.
A lot of cursing? Yelling,
cursing
screaming?
is neither here nor there. I don't think he really curses all that much when like kids are around. But it's intense.
Yeah, well, and I think also from like your children's standpoint, like when you know grandpa is like the sweetest man in the world, nice, and you see him fired up. Like I can tell you, my young nieces never always see my dad as like the sweetest guy ever. But, former principal and basketball coach, he can get ornery. And he's done it a couple times and they freak out.
Oh, is
it's
that
like,
right?
Well, it's scary because they're not used to it. And I was like, well, this was after a couple of bad possessions down the court for me. And it sucks, and it's tough, and it's tough. So I respect your father saying that.
EMT standing by, like a case of Busch Light, Doug, and an EMT just in the other room.
Oh, my goodness. Like, if it's a close game, holy crap. Because, I mean, this is, there hadn't been one since 1988.
Right.
And there really haven't been a whole lot of close chances. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like people are really rooting for Notre Dame out there. I think the Ohio State factor in it, like I think people really dislike Ohio State.
I think for a lot of people, if you don't have an emotional investment in a team, in particular in college, you go, do I like the coach or not? And I don't think Ryan Day has a whole lot of likability, and I think Marcus Freeman does. And it kind of comes down to that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. I think the Marcus Freeman aspect of it, and I think Notre Dame, like the team itself, is easy to root for. I know in St. Louis they have so much St. Louis connection that's easy for us to root for, but I don't know, flag planting thing for Ohio State, I think really turned some people off, that whole brouhaha.
But that wasn't their fault. I mean, they lost the game, but they weren't the ones planting the flag on someone else's field.
They could have reacted better. They could have reacted better, in my opinion. Just go to the locker room.
Yeah, I think someone plants a flag on your field. I think you stand up for it.
Likability factor, Marcus Freeman over Ryan Day, for sure. Right. So I think that affects some of the people, even like me, who historically have not been big Notre Dame fans. Yeah. I think Freeman moves that needle. It's funny, on the morning show on ESPN, they were talking up Freeman, like, what about the Bears? I'm like, we had Joey T breaking it down the other day. He's like, why would you do that?
So there's a story that the Bears aren't done with him. This came out yesterday. Could the Bears coaching search continue for at least another week? According to the NFL Network, the Bears would like to interview Marcus Freeman. Notre Dame, of course, playing a week from today. Per the report, the Bears, quote, have done extensive research on Freeman for months. And that language would sure make it seem like the Bears would consider him a legitimate candidate at this stage. If Freeman is interested in at least talking to the Bears, any interview would probably take place after the title game. And if the Bears are really wanting to wait to talk to Freeman, waiting for his season to be over probably isn't that big of a deal. So that would mean waiting for 8 days to get to Marcus Freeman.
You would think it would take just an outrageous offer. They'd have to pay the buyout and then maybe $15, $20 million a year for him. If it's not that, there'd be no reason for him to go, would there?
Other than getting away from the grind of the portal, the NIL, but he's a young guy.
I agree.
You're in a great spot. You go to the Bears in 2 or 3 years, you're just another failed Bears coach, potentially. Yeah. You stay at Notre Dame, you could be a legend forever.
Yeah, agreed.
I just don't see the appeal, and he's making a ton. He'll make a ton more. The Bears just keep, we'll interview some more people, looks like. I'm sure they'll get it wrong.
What if they hire Spags? Because
I hope they do.
I saw the Jets were doing an interview with Spags.
Oh, Lord.
I hope they do.
Good luck to them.
I hope they do.
The only appeal would be getting to the highest league, I guess. I'm sure a lot of coaches say, I just want to coach in the NFL. That'd be the dream. I don't know if he has that.
I think the main thing would be, if you are a college coach looking at the NFL, is the NIL chaos.
Just getting away from it.
I think that's got appeal now. Let's see. I'm trying to get what he's actually making now. He's made $25 million in his time at Notre Dame,
and that's just been how long? Not that long, right? Most of it as an assistant coach.
That's right.
Last month he signed. He's going to be getting
for 4 years, $9 million a year.
Yep.
Yeah,
4 years.
My favorite Marcus Freeman. He became Catholic in 2022. Is that in the Notre Dame contract? According to Wikipedia,
it's like Quinn Snyder getting engaged the night before the press conference in Columbia. I always thought that was awfully coincidental.
He's an engaged man.
I remember thinking, wow, what a big week for this guy.
Coach Freeman.
And now I look back and I go, I get it.
Coach Freeman,
when I was 22.
Starting quarterback, but also if you converted to Catholicism, thank you.
I hate Notre Dame with a passion as a Miami alum, and OSU can suck it. Flag 15 seconds after GTFO 2002. That's in reference to the flag that cost Miami the national championship and one of the best college teams of the 21st century. But Marcus Freeman is a likable fellow. I hope Lou Holtz gets trampled by a moose, though. Wow, that's a 314. Doug, a very vivid text.
Really?
Somebody earlier asked for a Lou Holtz leg update. I'll try and get you one later in the week. That killed about 60 seconds of the show.
You can get involved in the program. Email in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin has onboarding now.
You saw Drew was in here. I'm having all kinds. I got a new phone, and now it's a disaster. I can't sign into anything.
So Martin will be heading out. Jackson, what do you have the weekend wrap-up questions?
Weekend wrap-up. We'll also have Kerbs on the other side of this.
Chris Kerber's going to join us. He's usually with us at 8:15, as all the Blues guests on 101 ESPN are 8:15. But he had some personal business to tend to, so he will be joining us to talk about what was something he said on the Curbside podcast he kind of saw coming, too, which I thought was interesting. But that was a really critical Curbside podcast from Steve Ott to Kerber to Joey Vitale. Good listen. And we'll talk it over with Chris Kerber. That's coming up next year on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Welcome back to CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne had to leave. He's got onboarding in the 10 o'clock hour.
We're about 3 months into that now, aren't we?
You right there sounds skeptical.
Well,
I just caught that.
He's not even going to be a new employee at some point. Still don't have him in the system.
Hey, Joey Vitale's Orange Scully texting in and says the new format is already better. That's in reference to this magical day we're celebrating at 101 ESPN where TMA is on a new clock with 3 segments, longer segments. And Doug and I have both had our families in to celebrate it, and they brought in champagne. And
it's just been wonderful.
My wife brought in a key bump, so that was fun. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the great Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
When have you guys ever cared about a clock anyway?
Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
You know what? The first time ever in 21 years of this show was October 28th, 2024. Other than that, I've been doing 90-minute segments. This has been...
Tim, I'd like to welcome you to Real Radio.
I am
Welcome
telling you,
board,
this low-powered AM radio HD2 thing, that was my comfort zone. But I'll tell you this, I'm a podcast guy, and I was listening to that Curbside podcast, and Steve Ott, very direct. Joey Vitale, very direct. You, very direct after that loss on Saturday night. And the thing that stood out to me most, and there was a lot in that podcast that stood out, is that you kind of saw it coming. And I thought that was interesting. And by saw it coming off a great win against Anaheim, and then being able to follow it up against a Columbus team that, to their credit, now is 9-2 in their last 11. Why did you see it coming?
Well, because that's a characteristic of this team over the last little while. I think when you look at teams and you look at how they go, there are ways to break down individual games. Okay, special teams won you this game. Special teams lost you that game. Top-end players got stymied. You got goalie. There's individual ways and reasons that you end up losing a game. But over a time and over a series of games, over a length of time, over a season or two, when you have a core group of players, you see characteristics. And to me, one of the characteristics that has held this team back over the last, while now has been a couple of things. It's been one, like typically if they get a 2-goal lead early in the game, you could almost expect that 2-goal lead to disappear. That did not happen the other day, so that's a good trend break, right? When they rolled Anaheim there, and the reason is you tend to let up. Well, teams that are still learning are teams that tend to let up, and teams that try to think, okay, well, this night's going to be easier than the next. Well, one of the trends is we've seen when the Blues get on a little bit of a run at late, right? We see them, looking for, almost like they get too comfortable. We haven't seen them take the next step, which is frankly why this team hasn't won 3 games in a row yet, why they haven't been 3 games over 500 yet this year. It's why it took them a while to do that last year. Remember, it was just trading wins and losses for the first 25 games of a season last year. So to me, that's why I think I said I kind of saw it coming, or not even so much saw it coming. I'm not surprised with the result because that's the next step of consistency that I think the coaching staff's talking about.
What do they need to do to fix that?
Well, I think it's just belief in the system, Doug. I think when I've asked Jim Montgomery about, well, what are the different what are the things that how does he work on the consistency? He goes, it's just repetitive. One, he says it's just repetitive. It's repeating it in meetings, repeating it on the ice, repeating it during games. Let them hear it during the games. They hear it on practice. The second part is that, and he said that this is really coming. He's really happy with this part, is the players are trusting each other now on the ice. And I'm telling you, you can see it. They put the puck in the offensive zone, and a lot of times before the puck was going into a place and then nobody was there. It was almost like nobody knew to be there. Yeah. Now it's going to a place, and the timing of a guy arriving there is right on. So you're seeing that process coming. And look, this doesn't happen overnight, and it's now 22 games under Jim Montgomery. You're 3 games over 500. But you absolutely see the belief in that system, and now it's going to come. The other thing, Doug, to answer that question, is I think if you listen to Jim Montgomery, if you listen to what Steve Ott said, I think the expectations from the coaches is really changing. They're now demanding this. They're going, no, we are disappointed in that. We should be better than this. That is not a good kind of home game, and the players are hearing that. So now the expectation level has changed. When you hear management for a year and a half, 2 years, be very honest with your fan base, talking about we're a team in transition. There's a team that's adjusting, right? Okay, the players understand that. Kind of gives you a little bit of an out, doesn't it? If you lose a game here or there, well, we're not where we're supposed to be. Well, the message is right now from everybody, from management through the coaches, is where we're supposed to be right now, and we expect some results. And I think that's a big mindset that's changing, for a terrific positive reason right now.
That's the thing that I find so interesting about this, Kerbs, is I really get the sense that inside the organization, and I'm talking about from Doug Armstrong to Jim Montgomery, his staff, listening to Steve Ott interact with you guys on your podcast, and the players, they really believe that they are a good team. So they probably weren't surprised by what Biz said on Spittin' Chicklets regarding, hey, the Blues could be a dangerous team that could sneak up on some people this year. There's some real talent there. But then when you see what's taken place over the last 15 days, I go back 15 days to go to that Buffalo Sunday afternoon game, the 2 losses to Columbus, and we should note that while people think of Columbus as a bottom feeder, they have been playing some good hockey lately. And then also blowing that 2-goal lead to Minnesota. They're not getting the results that match up with the talent. And then also, I think, their own expectations. And so I really sense some frustration. And now you're starting to hear that with Jim Montgomery's post-game comments in 2 of the last 3 games. Do you sense that that belief is really there? I mean, you've seen so many teams in your career. I don't know if you can gauge it, but I get the sense that it's there. I'm curious if you see it.
Listen, whether I believe it or not is kind of irrelevant.
Well, do you see that they believe? Do you believe that they believe, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, yeah. So what I was going to say is I've gone into the room and actually asked that question.
Yeah.
And the players themselves go, heck yeah, we are a much better team than we have performed in the first half of the season. We're a good team. I had one player tell me specifically, he goes, I think we are a really good team that could make some noise. We just got to continue to get everybody to buy in. And that's what Jim Montgomery then is referring to with the trust and that aspect of it. So absolutely, they see it there. Listen, guys, I went in and I was even saying this just a few weeks ago. Keep your expectations in check, right? This is still a team in transition. Let's face it. You're not going to clog up the top 6 because you know you got a Dvorsky coming. You know you got a Snuggerud coming, okay? They just brought Stenberg over, and he's going to start his pro career in Springfield, right? I'm telling you guys, nobody's talking about Alex and Terry Kaskamaki. This kid's having a really good year down in Springfield, and the team is really liking what he's doing. And I think he could get a cup of coffee up here before the end of the season. And the reason I say all that is there is a whole nother wave of really good coming. But it doesn't mean that this team can't achieve some things now. And I think the fact that they put those offer sheets in to Broberg and Holloway, and the fact that they got them both, the way they were able to get Reddick Foxa, for future considerations, which is basically assuming his cap hit. The same thing with the Joseph brothers and how that worked out. I think the offseason moves sped up the expectations of where this team should be. Mm-hmm. And then I think without a shred of doubt in mind, when Jim Montgomery was available and they went and got him, they made the statement. The other big thing, nobody in that room saw that trade coming for Cam Fowler. Okay? So when Doug Armstrong made that trade for Cam Fowler, and instead of saying, hey, we're going to wait and see if Nick Leddy can't come back, when is he going to come back, that kind of thing. When they went out and they got Cam Fowler, who has another year on his deal and can still obviously be a really impactful player as we're seeing, that sent waves through that room. They said, hey, this general manager believes in us and knows we're good right now. And I'm telling you, that did as much to lift that belief system as anything else. So, yeah, I fully believe that the guys in the room believe that. And it's just a matter of getting that foundation a little more square underneath you.
Well, a lot of people feel better about things if they could get a couple wins this week. They got Calgary twice here, unusual in the schedule. Do you like that kind of thing where you play the same team on 3 different nights, or I guess twice within 3 nights?
I don't mind it. I don't know that you want to do it all the time, Doug, but the reality, we learned this throughout the COVID schedule, is we learned that you can – we learned that – and it happens in the West. It doesn't happen in the East. But that travel can really grind a team down. And so if Calgary's going to be here, Calgary plays 2 games in a row. It's a mini-series. Have some fun with it. And so, yeah, I don't mind it. We're actually going to do something really close out in Los Angeles. In March, we're going to play the Kings. Then we go play Anaheim. Then we come back and play the Kings again. So we're playing the Kings in L.A. 2 out of 3 games. So I don't mind that. But listen, these are two hugely important games because Calgary is right ahead of you. You've been sitting in the number 10 spot right now for a month and a half trying to climb over it. Calgary has games in hand on you, and you've got 2 games head-to-head. You basically can put Calgary behind you, and then those games in hand can have them tie you, or you can fall way behind Calgary and make it almost impossible to catch them. So these are 2 critical games coming up that can directly impact whether or not you make the playoffs this year. And I think the opportunity is there for the taking for this team.
Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA, giving us his perspective on this past weekend and the upcoming week with 2 against the Flames, Blues and Flames tomorrow night and Thursday night pregame here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. for both games, puck drop at 7 p.m. Kerbs, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for the time this morning, kind sir.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Thanks for adjusting the schedule for me today. Appreciate y'all.
Absolutely, man. That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. We will have, for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email the Day prize, passes to the winter warm-up this weekend. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and see if you can close the gap on the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. We might be witnessing history with the first ever female email of the day monthly winners. So this is starting to get a little regional traction with local publications. And
I saw some of the news trucks out front. I guess that's what that's
There's
about.
some of the local news trucks. I think if she's in a position to clinch, I think at that point you're going to see the national outlets pop up in the Holly Randall podcast. So that's something to keep an eye on here as the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is really, really having a nice month. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for the Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton on Sunday, January 26th. Hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC Championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment on site. The bash will kick off with a live 2-hour pregame broadcast, and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC champs are crowned. Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton on January 26th. Get more details now at 101ESPN.com. Doug, the college football SP Plus rankings are out.
SP Plus.
Entering in the Ohio State Notre Dame game. Would you like to take a guess what the number 1 team is following all of this action, with 2 teams remaining facing each other a week from tonight in Atlanta? $2,000 to get in the cheapest seat in the building.
It's got to be Ohio State.
That's correct. Woot, 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 woot. Guess number 2.
How about Notre Dame?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, it should be. How about Texas?
Nope.
Well, it probably should have been. How about, who's left? Penn State?
No.
Well, for heaven's sakes. Oregon?
No.
Can't be them. They got blown out.
Oh.
Well, I've mentioned everybody that would be obvious. Not Georgia.
No.
Well, can I have initials?
I mean, that's going to, ruin it.
Not necessarily. I'm not that good at guessing. I enjoy guessing games, but I'm not that good at it.
Jackson,
Why are you yelling?
Jackson, have you seen it?
I have not.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
You want to take a guess?
It's not Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, or Georgia.
You named
or
Oregon as well. That's correct.
Texas.
I already guessed that.
Texas A&M.
No.
Arizona State?
No.
Boise State. I'm just going through everyone who made the playoffs.
No, Boise State is ranked 33rd.
Oh.
Let me have to plow them after this.
Well, who else is left? Initials, please.
Alabama.
No.
I'd like initials.
SMU.
SMU, no.
Tennessee.
No.
Michigan.
Miami.
No.
Ole Miss.
Yes!
Oh, gosh. They didn't even get in the playoffs.
They're ranked second.
What?
By who did the rankings?
Was this who was the goober who did one of the some ranking?
Austin Mock.
Austin Mock, that's our guy.
This is actually a metric. SP Plus, Bill Connolly.
What's the metrics that they're using?
SP Plus.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
And the metric is teams that this guy likes the most.
By the way, he has the SP Plus projection for the championship game. Ohio State 27.6, Notre Dame 21.7.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
This guy needs to be blocked.
Does that cover the spread? I have that at 6.32.
You want to block him?
Block him.
And leave you quivering.
This is on ESPN.com. Bill Connolly is a big Mizzou guy. He was on Tiger Board back in the day.
The name sounds familiar.
Doug, 2 of the 3 teams in the top 3 did not make the college football playoff.
Of course not.
Doesn't matter,
if they did, we wouldn't be talking about it. We'd say, well, that's fairly obvious.
So should we replace the committee with the SP rankings?
No.
Conley?
No.
Ohio State is 1, Ole Miss is 2, Alabama's 3, Oregon 4, Notre Dame 5, Penn State 6, Texas 7, Georgia 8, Tennessee 9, Miami 10, Indiana 11, Texas A&M 12.
Worst rankings ever.
Where do you think Missouri is?
Oh, they better be 13.
No.
They better be 14.
No.
27. They didn't drop any lower than 15.
21.
No.
Can we have initials or the number?
Sure, 20.
20th.
That's correct.
Okay. See, that was easy.
I believe in keeping the content fresh, recharging my batteries, and leaving the audience wanting more.
Now, Illinois played South Carolina. They finished with a 10-3 record. Doug, where would you like to assign Illinois?
How about 19?
No.
How about 18?
No.
17, 16, 15, 14, 13?
Your Price is right at it. No.
Okay.
Really?
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
37.
No.
An 8 or 9?
No.
Hello, Vivian?
10 or 11?
No.
12 or 13?
No.
Well, we've covered just about every damn number I could say.
They're ranked 31st.
31st. Who's moving ahead of them? All teams that never played again?
South Carolina was defeated by Illinois. They're ranked 13th. Illinois 31st.
And this is all based on metrics.
That's correct.
SP Plus.
SP Plus.
But we're not allowed to know what the metrics are.
It's all mustard. You wouldn't even handle it.
The metric is certainly not winning and losing games.
That's not important.
Yeah.
Boise State, 33rd. Arizona State, 32nd.
Oh,
Doug guessed them
I've
second.
heard enough.
Doug guessed them number 2.
SP Plus ratings, we've got them here. You can read it at ESPN.com. Once I saw that yesterday, I immediately sent the link to Jackson.
That's a crock of butter.
I should have went with this like at 7:20.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed in myself. Email today is coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Curtin manning the phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here. And listen, I keep telling you to go to classicaircare.com when it comes to your HVAC needs. And that's where you can book an appointment online. That's where you can make sure that everything you need is covered. However, what I keep telling you is to make sure you read the reviews. And here's why. This is from Mike J. I can't recommend Classic Air Care enough. They're excellent. Our technician, Christian, it's a good name, by the way, was the absolute best. He explained everything and corrected all of our HVAC issues. He even cleaned the outside of my furnace. Trust, honesty, and professionalism. Qualities of an employee in a company are hard to find, but not with Classic Air Care. Wish I could give them more than 5 stars. That's his full review. That's from Mike J. And there's thousands of other reviews like this, and you can see them at classicaircare.com. Why do I take the time to tell you about those reviews? Because those are everyday customers that have to like the service enough to go onto a website, type in a review, and let you know about the service. If you're taking the time to do that, you know you're getting quality service, and that's what you get at classicaircare.com. And when you bring somebody into your house to fix your HVAC unit, you want that kind of comfort to know that you're bringing in that kind of quality. Classicaircare.com. And classic air care, they've been making people comfortable since 1926.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got NFL playoff action tonight. Rams, Vikings, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7. And tomorrow night, Blues and Flames right here on 101. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yeah. Welcome back. It is TMA and it's 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Air Alliance team sponsor the studio cameras here, and you can watch the program and talk it over in the YouTube chat. And you can also listen in live stream. 101 ESPN. The 101 ESPN app is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments. Then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Doug, you remember London Fletcher, number 59.
Sure.
.com, because he's always online.
I like that.
He was on the call last night of the Commanders, the radio broadcast. Here is the call of the game-winning field goal that sent the Commanders to Detroit to take on Danny Campbell.
All right, let's hear it.
Snap good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the clutch Commanders! They do it again! We'll see you in Detroit! And Zay Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second row of the playoff!
I don't know who that is laughing.
This is the play-by-play guy.
No, I think
There was somebody opened up a mic, like the kids when we were at KFNS who got into our frequency on their walkie-talkies.
on the brilliant idea if people could just walk by and give a take. I believe maybe it's someone playing that audio like on the show, but I don't think that was anybody in the booth.
Well, I mean, what's shown it have been that audio's not even 12 hours old.
I know. That's what had me so vexed.
Did you have a problem with that, Doug? I mean, couldn't you have just said confused, but you had to like...
How about befuddled? That's what had me so befuddled.
Don't rub the Ledoux in our face.
As someone was laughing, but you can see it, because they have video of it. One in Fletcher is... When he says kick, he is literally kicking, like pretending to kick in the door. And I love the hometown calls, like the Notre Dame call we played last week. Love it.
If it came from the booth, it was either Bram Weinstein or Logan Paulson.
There you go.
Logan Paulson?
Logan Paulson,
I think he was a tight end.
Yeah, so it probably was Bram Weinstein and London Fletcher.
I think Bram was the one who was talking I think he's the play-by-play.
Right, but then you heard London Fletcher screaming.
Then who's laughing?
Probably Logan Paulson.
Or the kids.
Or
I don't know who's laughing.
Jackson is not happy. Let's see. Somebody's not happy in the YouTube chat.
Oh, what's new?
Tiny PP says you're lying about the breaks. There are just as many breaks as ever.
No, there's not.
Doug and I had our children come in to celebrate the new clock.
Right. Yeah, what does this clock cake mean if not that the clock has changed? We wouldn't do all that. You're not getting another break. Like once the next break comes, we're done. Like that's the end of the show. That's new. Who said that? PP?
Tiny PP. You want a piece of him?
I might be Team Janet on this
Janet
one.
was right.
Oh, my God.
Janet was right.
You go up against Tiny PP, you best not miss.
I seem to go up against everybody who you can't necessarily go. You know, I'm against the grain. I'm a controversial man.
Are you really?
Doug, Tiny PP runs things in the YouTube chat. You turn against Tiny PP, you turn against everybody. I'm just warning you. I'm just telling you what I've seen.
Everyone's time comes. You know, we saw what happened with Pesci and Goodfellas.
Jackson's conscience says it's called Clockgate.
Clockgate? Is that the guy his Frank Haith is the profile picture?
That's correct.
Oh, man. Can never get away from that.
You don't really have a Frank Haith body pillow, do you?
Well, you have to think about this. I don't have a body pillow of any man, or really a body pillow. But if you were going to get a body pillow, especially in basketball, would you not go for a taller person than Frank Haith?
As long as he's as tall as you are.
I think I'm a little taller than Frank Haith.
Really?
I think, but maybe the same height. But if you're going coach, like Konzo or Kim Anderson, both taller gentlemen.
You want a tall drink of water.
If I'm going to buy a body pillow, I'm going to get my money's worth.
Okay.
Like I get a Mick Cronin body pillow.
Bowen Beerbatch has sworn her loyalty to Don Peepee. Tiny Peepee, I will never abandon you. So she has sworn her loyalty to Tiny Peepee, Jackson. So.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh.
Joey Vitale's Orange Scully has also pledged his loyalty to Tiny PP.
Steve Sparky Pfeiffer.
But Pfeiffer, where does he stand?
We got you, PP. Tiny PP says, clown show. It's 10:46. Of course, there's a break left.
Right, but then we're done. Like with that break, like we're not coming back from it.
No, that's it. We're done. Finished.
So the theory is that you're lying about the new clock.
What does that mean?
There's still going to be cake.
This
though,
is
right?
segment 9 or segment 12. This is the 12th segment we've done today.
Why would
that is
someone
four
lie
less
about
than that's 4 less than Friday?
Yeah.
How is that not new? What, you can't count in the YouTube chat? Huh?
Don't taunt them now. Don't taunt them.
What?
I just don't get it. What conspiracy might be running?
Jackson's about to go Paul Orndorff on Hulk Hogan. That's from Chief J Strongblow. Tiny PP says, clown show!
Oh, I didn't understand that reference at all. Paul who?
Orndorff.
Yeah.
Was he Mr. Wonderful?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Is that the guy in Shark Tank?
No, different
professional
Mr.
wrestler.
There's 2 Mr. Wonderfuls?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
This one was a professional wrestler in the 80s.
Oh, well, how could I have missed that? When was the heyday of professional wrestling? Like, when was
Probably
it?
right now.
It had to be the Attitude Era,
Attitude
right?
Era?
The Monday Night Wars,
Yeah.
Raw and Nitro. I used to set up 2 TVs so I
Late
could watch
90s.
Raw and Nitro at the same
that's
time.
sad.
And that was all
I didn't have a
PPV?
girlfriend, though.
Was it all pay-per-view? Like, you're paying $60 a...
No. Monday night was the free programming.
Okay.
And then once a month, each individual company would have their pay-per-view. I never bought those.
Okay.
But yeah, 2 TVs.
Why is Jackson QAnon lying about the damn clock? Sorry for being so testy. I'm really stressed trying to find out who the Colts play this week. I think it's the Seahawks at the Cotton Bowl, but I don't know. Stay tuned. Thanks, and Ann Young. Doug, that's from Brian Henson,
Yeah, I
who
figured
covers
it
the
was.
Colts, but he doesn't know if they play this week.
No, I don't think they do.
Colts are kicking themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Winter warm-up passes on the line. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is your leader, and here we go.
Music coming in 3.
Doug.
That's
Second
pickup
hiccup.
number 2, but that's
Yep.
less than this
Yep.
number set.
Go ahead, hit the music
Okay,
now.
there we go.
Hi. I don't have anything clever to say, but I want winter warm-up tickets. So if the rest of the emails suck, vote for me. Best regards, Ryan.
Okay. Ryan with a short and sweet little email.
I'm not sure there's anything hotter than kicking a stall door open at Busch Stadium 400 level and locking eyes with a gentleman who is laboring and struggling to squeeze out a well-done beef kebab into the brine bath.
No,
It'll
don't
both
say
tenderize the
laboring.
meat, as well as hashtag injecting it with the same spices that are used for Caesar salads that are served urinal side at the Nobu in Wentzville. This location has a drive-through. You take his fingers, put them in your mouth, and suckle them.
That's
Taste them.
about enough.
Taste his nachos. Put your hand in that bowl and get a sample. Swirl
Okay.
around your mouth before kissing him again. My tongue is dung, Doug.
Okay,
Bill
that's
Gates.
enough. Who was it, Tim?
Bill Gates.
Hey, Bill Gates, you got
Microsoft.
yourself suspended, didn't you?
Oh, drive through Nobu in Wentzville.
Got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time.
There's a picture with it. You've aged wonderfully, Tim.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I mean,
that's like 11 years ago.
You're Benjamin Buttoning in front of our very eyes.
I'm so excited about my appearance.
I think both of you have aged really, really well. And in seriousness, this is not in jest. Both of you. I mean, Doug, look at Doug's hair.
Doug's hair is moving forward. It's like a Sunday charge.
I've had work
from
done.
Tiger.
I was mining Jamaica pics looking for a boat drink pic of you, and you're aging awesome too.
Thank you.
For
Yeah,
heaven's
I
sake,
mean, we're all
it was
hot.
a couple years ago. You expect him to look like an old man at this point?
Hey, guys, I've been loving the show recently, especially since your switch to actual radio.
Thank you.
Y'all make me smile every day, but there's one thing that really stands out about you guys. Well, really, it's one guy. Doug's sweet, sultry voice does everything to me. I want him to whisper sweet nothings in my ear, commanding me. I've been a bad boy. Spank me, Daddy. I'm a little piggy. Oink, oink. That's from
gosh.
Bozo McGee.
What kind of email was that?
I really like that one.
Bozo McGee. He's new.
Morning. May I please have the winter warm-up tickets? I'm not bullish on our local 9, as the rights holder Jackson is. Yet it's always been a dream to attend the event. Living 4 hours away, driving up in the winter never was in the cards, pun intended for me. If you could find it in your ever-loving big hearts to grant me this lone wish I have for the new year, I would appreciate it. Thanks again for all you do and the fun you give us each day. Love, TMA Walrus number 1.
TMA Walrus number 1 with a very nice little email.
Edwardsville Walmart, Saturday, 10:30 a.m. I spotted a portly man in his mid-50s entirely decked out in Ohio State gear. He had a Buckeye hat with a sad little gray ponytail peeking out. He had Buckeye sweatpants with a matching sweatshirt clinging to his bulbous torso.
Oh.
I only spied him for a moment, but you could tell he was walking a little taller, almost strutting through the aisles thanks to the Buckeyes' big win over Texas. His chest puffed with pride because some college kids he's never met won a football game, and he was still basking in their glory. I bet he says things like, "This is our year because our offense is loaded. We will smash Notre Dame." Keep your eyes open this week because I guarantee you'll run into the same type of person leading up to the Chiefs playoff game. St. Louis grocery stores are about to be flooded with, quote, diehard Chiefs fans wearing red and gold as they load their shopping carts with Diet Dr. Thunder and double-stuffed Oreos. Take a glance in their baskets and notice that no St. Louis Chiefs fans buying a single fruit or vegetable, just mountains of empty calories to feed their empty souls, as if Cool Ranch Doritos can fill the void created by the Rams. Doug, that's from the JV golf coach.
Sure was. JV golf coach.
You guys ever been in charge of a once great organization and you kind of luck your way into some success, so you kind of hitch your wagon to a certain way of doing things, and more often than not over the course of the next 2 decades, that particular strategy doesn't work out all that great, and then pretty much just because of gross incompetence and financial irresponsibility, you kind of back the organization into a metaphorical corner, so now everybody that loved what you once had started to turn on you, and now you have no choice to do a financial version of getting the clock right in the 10 o'clock hour with a couple 37-second segments, so you slash payroll by getting rid of every person within the organization that people have actually heard of. And now when you promote the organization on social media, even lifelong fans and people that have worked in sports media for decades don't recognize the people from the organization that you deem most worthy of promoting it. That's from me neither. Just stink, don't think.
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
Just stink.
That's a sentence.
Don't think.
There wasn't any punctuation.
He's new.
You know, we found the greatest thing in Buenos Aires on our last trip, a superb vintage of Malbec. Darling leather trunks and a stable full of new polo ponies to send to Wellington, whispered Douglas as he locked up my future ex-husband's chastity cage with a grin on his face. You see, the three of us had just gotten back from Buenos Aires in the winter of 2012, and the private jet lag had us so disoriented. We had to go to the cuckold scene of St. Louis for a cocktail, and to whack my fat-ass husband, Harry's Restaurant and Bar. We didn't whack him, but we did max out his credit card. If I win email of the day, I will be sending my husband a winter warm-up so I can fly that SMU MBA student in for a rogering. Onward and upward. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, Doug, your leader for the month of May. She would love to go to the winter warm-up and fly up the SMU MBA student.
I don't know that that's what she should be doing. Self-made, stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating.
No buck swope.
Hold on, I said there was a buck swope. I apologize. Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues lost to the Blue Jackets on Saturday as they showed a lack of urgency, presumably because Libby Jack didn't wear a jersey and his dainty calls to draw a penalty. The Ravens shipped the Steelers, who'd wide receiver George Pickens, when asked following the loss if he's optimistic going forward, replied, nah. Ohio State beat Texas, who have nothing to hold their heads down about, except they had a terrible toss sweep play call on 2nd and goal from the 1 and gave away the college football playoff semifinal. But I think the lead is that the Cardinals' lame duck GM, who for some reason is still handling trade negotiations, despite being a terrible poker player, admitted he shouldn't have publicly revealed his intention to try and move a player with a no-trade clause, simply because he had a deal lined up with a team that said player had not explicitly agreed to waive his no-trade clause for. Well, then Mo doesn't understand no trade clauses, and that's okay. Ours is the type of presentation where a geriatric confesses who may or may not be Tucker feels free to drop in at any time and follow up on whether our 20-something producer dropped 2 bills and a pair of his and hers hockey jerseys to wear to the one hockey game he attends each year using free employer-provided tickets, and then stick around and deliver some off-the-books live reads. Today's bizarre call from south of the Merrimack is sponsored by the Sticker Bus. Now, the Sticker Bus will realize ROI we haven't quite worked out yet, since you can't buy flowers or chocolate-covered strawberries there, and it was torched in 2022 after being abandoned in downtown St. Louis. But I do believe in it. Doug, that's Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling, email today what you got.
Well, there were some pretty good ones, but I'm going to go with the fella who simply just asked for the tickets and doesn't want to come here unless he's sure he's got tickets and he lives 4 hours away. That would be TMA Walrus number 1.
All right, Chairman Kurt.
I had a similar thought process. Ryan said, I want winter warm-up tickets. I'm not sure anybody's ever said that. I'm going to go Ryan.
Who are you?
I liked Bozo McGee.
I will go with TMA Walrus number 1.
Okay.
Congratulations.
TMA Walrus number 1. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal sponsor of TMA. You mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Don't need to even call in. Just go to 100westdental.com to schedule your time at 100 West Dental. If you do want to call in, the number is 636-585-0100. Huge offer going on now. If you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.